Hi everyone, Stacy here. Welcome to my channel or welcome back. So today let's talk about the month ahead of July and what energies are available to us for the month ahead. But really quick before I dive into all 12 signs, I just want to thank each and every one of you for liking my content, sharing out my content, and subscribing to my YouTube channel. I truly appreciate the love and support, and I love reading all of your comments. So keep them coming. I love hearing all of the stories and how this energy is manifesting for each and every one of you in your respective lives. All right. And also keep in mind, these are general readings. I cannot stress that enough. So please don't make any life-altering decisions based on these general readings that you find on YouTube, because keep in mind, we do not have your personal birth chart sitting in front of us. So just keep that in mind. Now, these videos on my YouTube channel, I use a whole sign house system, and I also use Western tropical astrology. So as always, take what resonates and leave the rest. I don't anticipate they'll resonate with you 1000%, but I'm hoping you can at least take away some nuggets. Even if you don't know your rising sign, your sun sign should be able to give you some energy and also some tidbits for the month ahead based on your career at least. So take what resonates, leave the rest. Watch for your rising sign if you know your rising sign, and if you don't, that's okay. Watch for your sun sign, your moon sign, or any other planet placement or point or stellium that you have in a respective sign, so you can pull all this energy together for you for the month ahead. And of course, if you'd like a personal reading tailored to you, for you, all about you, you can get in touch with me on my website, and I'll be sure to put the link to that in the description box below. Now, when you work with me one-on-one, I actually use two house systems. I use Placidus, and I also use a whole sign house system, because I find that resonates the most with myself and my studies, and also with my clients as well. So let's get into it here. So some overall highlights for the month ahead. Now, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to go through all of the mundane transits, because otherwise this video would be probably 8 hours long. So for those of you that like the day-to-day breakdown of astrology, you can take a screenshot of this slide right here, and it'll kind of give you an idea of the day-to-day what's going on. Now, obviously, this is not an exhaustive list, you guys, but this kind of hits the high points throughout the month ahead. Couple transits I want to bring to your attention, though, which are kind of rare. They don't come around too often. So the first one is Venus coming together with Uranus. This is happening now, you guys. Like, these transits, again, this is just my opinion. The transits aren't about the day per se. It can be sometimes, but sometimes this energy manifests before, I find. Actually, I find they manifest before more often than after. But again, this is just my experience personally, and also with chatting with my clients as well. But anyway, so maybe for some of you, this is already manifested. That's kind of what I'm getting at. But Venus coming together with Uranus. So Venus is about relationships and love and pleasure and going overboard, like indulging in something or someone. She loves being in Taurus as well. This is one of her home signs. So she is very strong in Taurus. Now, Uranus, on the other hand, being at, this is happening at 29 degrees. So this is a crisis or critical point in each of the respective signs. Uranus doesn't like being in Taurus. Uranus has not enjoyed his time in Taurus since 2018. He just doesn't function very well in Taurus because he can't express himself fully in a fixed earth sign, because he rules Aquarius, and Aquarius and Taurus are two very different types of energies. So think of them now coming together, holding hands in the sky. Now, Uranus is not a malefic, and Uranus is not a benefic, meaning he's not a positive planet, whereas Venus and Jupiter are. Malefics are the Mars and Saturn type of energy. So he's neither of those. He's just neutral. Uranus is Uranus. So Uranus is about change, big change, like big life-altering change. You know, again, think of a lightning strike, right? Can you control that? Can you predict where it's going to hit? You can kind of feel something in the air though, right? So that's kind of what Uranus brings to the table with this transit. And also he rules over chaos, breaking the rules, rebellion, unexpected, uncontrollable change. This is in your birth chart, wherever you have Uranus, this is where you cannot be controlled. You cannot be pinned down at all. It's like Uranus doesn't even know what normal is. Uranus is like, I don't even use that word. There's no such thing as that word in his vocabulary. So these two coming together, this could be unexpected love. This could be unexpected money, you guys. But again, I'd have to look at your whole birth chart, okay? So don't go out and bet the farm and buy 6 million lottery tickets, okay? It has to depend on where this is falling in your personal birth chart and what is it aspecting. So another layer to this is, what is Uranus ruling in your birth chart? So look to Aquarius. What is Venus ruling in your birth chart? So look to Taurus and Libra for that. So those are going to add in layers. Also another layer, where do you have 29 degrees in your birth chart, right? So I know this is getting complicated. So for those of you that don't know, don't worry about it. But for those of you that know your birth chart, you can look this up and see what could manifest. Whatever this is, it could be rapid change. Again, love coming in, money coming in, job opportunities coming in, people changing their image. So if you are a Taurus, for example, this is like rapid changes externally, whether this is surgery or a new haircut, a new hairstyle, a new wardrobe, whatever the case may be. Maybe getting a little Botox, you know, whatever suits your fancy. Because again, Venus is beauty and aesthetics as well. So just to kind of give you a heads up about this type of energy, again, is it good or bad? I don't know. You know, again, this is where your personal birth chart comes in. Again, I'm an optimist, so I always look at this energy from a positive lens, because then I put it out there to the collective as well to manifest in a positive way rather than talking about it in a negative tone. But I'm also a realist. So again, if I was looking at your birth chart, I would give it to you real. Not that I'm not doing that now, but you know what I mean. Okay, so there's one transit I wanted to just highlight. Another one is on the 20th of July. We have Mars coming together with the South Node. Again, this does not happen very often. So Mars takes 2 years to go around the zodiac, and the nodes of the moon take about 18 months to go through a sign. Or again, they revolve around the eclipse cycle. So let's stretch that out to 2 years as well. So when Mars comes into contact with the North Node, South Node, it usually only happens every 8 months or so. But then by the time Mars comes back around to say the North Node or the South Node, usually the nodes of the moon have moved into new territory. So hopefully that makes sense. Anyway, Mars coming together with the South Node. I will talk about this for each and every sign. This is about cutting, ending, severing. This is quadruple energy of letting something go once and for all in the Virgo area of your birth chart. And again, if you have anything around 19 degrees, double, triple check your birth chart, because again, this is an extra layer, extra oomph, extra emphasis of what do I need to cut and sever for my highest good so I can welcome in something new at that Piscean area of your birth chart, which is the opposite end there. So he will be also opposing the North Node, which we'll talk about, but I'm more so going to focus on the South Node. And where the South Node is, that's like, again, letting something go. Mars is the sword, and he's going to come down on that South Node. So it's time to let something go once and for all in the Virgo area of your birth chart. Now, just to kind of give you an idea here, Mars is going to come into contact with the North Node in Pisces, March of 2026. So this might be part of a larger story that's going to evolve. So if you start anything new this month, for example, I bet you that in March in 2026, there might be sort of a turning point in this new beginning in some way, shape, or form. Again, depending on where this axis falls in your birth chart, right? And then the next time Mars comes around and makes contact with the South Node again, that's going to be November of 2026. And that's when the south node is going to be in Leo. So you see what I mean? He only makes contact twice with the nodes as they are transiting signs. So anyway, I hope I didn't confuse you there or lose you there. But anyway, we're definitely going to talk about that for each and every sign. Another milestone this month, you guys. It's just, I feel so grateful to talk about this in 2024 and 2025. Uranus moving into new territory. Uranus now moving into Gemini this month on July 7th. Very exciting, you guys. Again, if you've been following me for a while, I know I've been saying this. I know I repeat myself. I'm aware. I'm aware. But to be alive on the planet right now is just incredible. And I know I'm not sticking my head in the sandbox and pretending that everything around the planet is perfect. I know, you guys, it's not. I don't live and breathe the news, but I know what's happening, right? But I make these videos about us, right? There's so many great astrologers out there that are doing global mundane astrology. I like making this about us because you know why? We can't control what happens on the planet. We can't control governments. We can't control presidents. We can't control prime ministers. We can't control leaders of countries, you guys. We can't control war, you know? Well, maybe we could, you know, with Pluto and Aquarius, it's going to be about the masses. It's going to be about the people. So that might change. Well, that will change over the next 20 years. But right here and now, living in the now, I want to make these videos about us, not so much about the global scale, because it's how we can respond. That's what we can control, is our response, our reaction. We can't control our outer circumstances, right? So anyway, I'll get off my soapbox here. But I made a separate video about this, you guys. So I'm not going to talk about Uranus and Gemini in this respective video. Scroll down to my description box and I have all of the videos listed. You can watch the eclipse cycles. You can watch my Uranus and Gemini. You can watch Saturn and Neptune and Aries videos, Pluto and Aquarius videos, Jupiter and Cancer videos. I have all of them separately broken out down below because they definitely deserve their own stage and their own videos. So check that out if you are interested. Let's see here. We're definitely going to talk about the lunations this month because they are beautiful this month. I love it. I love it. I love it. So we have a full moon in Capricorn and a new moon in Leo. So we're going to talk about that for each and every sign. And let's see here. Let's see here. Mars is still in Virgo. So we will talk about that. He moved into Virgo June the 17th and he will be there until August the 5th. So we'll talk about that. Mercury in Leo. And yes, he's going retrograde this month, you guys. I know, retrograde season is here. Mercury in Leo, June the 26th until September the 1st. So we're going to talk about this area of life too. The Leo area of your chart is going to be going through some reassessments when it comes to Mercury. Now, Mercury in Leo is very outgoing, optimistic. This is really great for those of you that are like public speakers or leaders or managers or that have to stand up and do presentations. Excellent, excellent, excellent energy. Or Toastmasters comes to mind too. Excellent month, you guys, to do this sort of work. I'm going to say in, well, we have 2 months of this energy. So July and August would be a really good, also if you're, a good time to polish that up. Sorry, I guess I got to finish my sentences here. This is also a good time for those of you that are like the storyteller. Mercury in Leo is like the ultimate storyteller. And it's also very determined sort of speech as well, you know, very passionate, dramatic speech as well. So really, really good for, I'm thinking like podcasting, storytelling, with kiddos, I'm thinking, because Leo does rule the children. So, or our children in our lives, grandchildren, any sort of youth. So we'll talk about that. And then we do have Venus moving into Gemini this month, which is really nice energy too. So Venus in Gemini is very fun, flirty, lighthearted type of energy. It's the ultimate social butterfly when Venus moves into Gemini. And we will have this energy all month long. Yes, she moves into Cancer at the end of the month, but I'm going to focus on Venus being in Gemini for this respective video. Now, Venus in Gemini is all about intelligence and communication, clear communication, and articulating yourself well, and just learning something new and moving, like moving about. So whether you're connected to a partner or not, because she does rule, you know, love and money and beauty and all that stuff. But if you're going on a date, I'm thinking, whether you're, again, connected with someone or you're single and dating, move the body. So going on a walking date, or go to a park for a day, or dog park for the day, or do a day trip somewhere with this person. Like, get to know them while moving the body, because I think the energy is just craving that, right? It's not the type of energy to sit in a coffee shop for like 4 hours and talk. Now, you could sit on the phone and talk for like hours and hours and hours on end, whether that's a video call or just chatting away. So yeah, think, again, more social, right? And just moving about, because Gemini is all about, I'm also being shown like a little bit of nervous energy. So like butterflies in the stomach as well, which is not necessarily a bad thing. And then of course we have the sun moving into Leo this month. So we're definitely going to be talking about that, where the sun is energizing you in the Cancer area of your birth chart and also the Leo area of your birth chart. Otherwise, oh yes, and retrogrades this month. So Mercury retrograde starting on July the 18th, but Mercury is in shadow. I think it's like July the 1st. It's right off the hop, you guys. I've already noticed it myself. So I'm kind of like, oh, wow. Okay. So yeah, you might notice quirks in the technology, you know, the normal rules. Okay. So if you're traveling, double, triple check your itinerary, double, triple check your emails. Make sure you're sending emails to the right people, text messages, communications, flights, you know, look out for delays and be prepared for delays and hiccups and things like that on the road. It is the month of travel after all. Well, for those of us in the Northern Hemisphere where summer is here. So just watch out for those things, technology, communication glitches. Like I said, I've already started noticing it myself. So I'm kind of like, oh man, okay. I do notice he is stationing at 15 degrees as well. 15 degrees is kind of a, it can be a difficult degree point. So I'm wondering how this will manifest for each and every one of us. Also, Pluto is retrograde, has been retrograde for a while. So now we have Neptune and Saturn joining the retrograde party as well this month. Now, this is not necessarily a bad thing, you guys. The heavy hitters spend about half a year stationing retrograde. So now with Neptune and Saturn newly in Aries, they're going to start backtracking now. So with Neptune energy, I'm thinking this is about grounding your dreams into reality. You know, unless you have Neptune retrograde natally in your birth chart, this energy is going to manifest a little bit differently. But usually it's about grounding down and gut checking yourself when these planets start going backwards. It's our time now to start integrating this new energy and sort of reassessing where we need to readjust in these respective areas of life. Because now they're going to retrograde back, not this month, but I'll get to it in the months ahead. They're going to eventually go back into Pisces and wrap up, tie up those loose ends before they move permanently into Aries in 2026. But again, I'll talk about it month to month and I'll let you guys know when they officially move back into Pisces. So not a bad time to slow down and reassess. I can see this month going either way. I can see this month of not a bad month to do launches, but again, you got to keep in mind that Mercury retrograde in the middle of the month. So I would say try to launch something before July 18th. If you can, again, depending on how this energy is hitting your birth chart. The bigger heavy hitters, it's about integrating what you've already put into place the past 4 to 6 months or so. Again, grounding them into reality, gut checking your duties and responsibilities, restrictions. Is there anyone putting restrictions on you? Do you need to reassess that? Again, think boundaries. Yeah, any sort of boundaries or limitations that people have been putting on you. Maybe you need to brush up on your boundaries, right? Maybe some of you are good with boundaries, but maybe some of us aren't, which I can appreciate that. Okay, let's see here. I think that's about it, you guys. So let's dive into all 12 signs. And don't forget, you can watch for your rising, your sun, your moon, or any other planet placement or point that you have in these respective signs to pull all this energy together for you for the month ahead. Hey Aries, welcome to July. Let's talk about first where the sun is illuminating a couple areas of life for you. So the sun continues to move through Cancer. This is the bottom of your sky, the foundation of your sky, where Jupiter is. So this is all about home and family and foundation, family gatherings, family get-togethers, your ancestry, roots, exploring the past, anything to do with the past, whether you're traveling back in time, whether you are, because yeah, they're also showing me for you, Aries, astral travel, which is kind of cool. But anyway, not going to go down that rabbit hole. But anything to do with the past. So some of you could be literally traveling back to the past where you grew up. Again, for some reason, I keep hearing what is that called? Past life regression. For those of you that are interested, I'm hearing that loud and clear. And again, something to do with astral, like maybe some of you are time jumping. I'm also hearing that too, like jumping from the past to the present to like heal. Like this is big on healing too, especially with Chiron in your sign and Saturn and Neptune pretty much standing still in the sky this month, which is very, very powerful being in your respective sign. But anyway, that could be some of your focus this month is on home, family, foundation, your children, just sticking around home, renovating the home, cleaning up the home, tidying up the yard, cleaning out the cabinets, the basement, the attic, the garage, whatever the case may be. But focus is definitely on the home life or the area, you know, and this could also be taking a vacation too, you guys. This is also retirement. The fourth house is also retirement, planning for a rainy day, so to speak. Now, when the sun moves into Leo, on or around the 22nd of the month, this is going to re-energize you, Aries. So not everybody, but if for those of you that have been kind of feeling like in a slump a little bit, kind of like lights out, they're kind of showing me something to do with like lights out type of energy. Anyway, you will get re-energized once the sun moves into the fifth house, because now the sun is going to pour positive, harmonious energy into your planet's placements points, whatever you're watching for, Aries. So this is really nice energy. Also, this is also nice energy for vacationing with the kids, getting away with the kids, spending time with the kids, the grandkids. Now, if you don't have kids, this is about just getting away, taking a break, having fun, cutting loose. It's kind of like when you get over a cold. That's what they're showing me. It's like when you get over COVID or a cold, they're saying. It's like, okay, getting back into a routine, but in a good way, like in a fun way, not like in a work way. So I love this energy for you, Aries. Fifth house is also about romance and dating. I'm going to come back to this because you do have a new moon in this area of life. Again, for those of you single and looking, but even if you're attached to someone, this is about reigniting that flame. This is the house of light-hearted, romantic fun and play and joy and bringing that back into the relationship. It's like bringing the spice back. Maybe some of you need to get away from the kids and have a holiday on your own and let the kids stay with grandma, grandpa, aunt, uncle, the neighbors, whoever, you know, so it could be a little bit about that as well. I will definitely, actually, let's talk about that right now. Might as well. So that's where the sun is going to be illuminating you this month, Aries. So fourth house, fifth house matters. Also gambling, entertainment. But again, don't bet the farm, my friends. Please don't bet the farm. I'm not a big person on predicting the lottery because you really got to see it multiple times in the birth chart. So in this case, Aries, I'm only seeing it once. So I would need to see your birth chart. That Uranus-Venus connection I was talking about, this is happening in your second house of money and finances and resources. But again, for you, this could be about work. This could be about love. This could be definitely about a love and relationships and beauty. Like the second house is the face. So you could be beautifying your image, absolutely, or, you know, changing your image in some way, shape, or form. Money, work, clients coming in, material possessions. So again, you could be buying something big, buying something out of the blue, spoiling yourself, pampering yourself, Aries. That's how I'm seeing this possibly manifest, this conjunction of Venus and Uranus at 29 degrees of Taurus in your second house. But again, do I see this as a lottery win? I don't know. I don't know. Again, you'd have to check your birth chart and you got to see it 3 times. That's the astrologer's guidelines, I would say. Okay, now let's talk about the lunations this month, because they are really, really nice this month. And they were nice, I think, last month as well, but it was complicated with the squares. We had a lot of square energy last month. But anyway, so let's start with the full moon in Capricorn. This is on July the 10th. Again, give or take a day or two, depending on where you are on the planet. This is 18 degrees Aries. So if you have anything around 18 degrees, you'll probably feel this full moon more than others. But regardless, a full moon is a full moon. It's an ending. It's a culmination point. And this is at the very top of your sky. So this could be changes in career, changes in like bosses, authority figures, changes in your parents' lives, mother, father, or again, whoever raised you, for example. Could also be, I'm hearing something about a grandparent or a grandfather or an elder or something like that, changes in their lives as well. Did I say bosses, authority figures? I think so, yes. If you are a boss or an authority figure, this could, again, indicate some changes. Could be big, could be small, could be minor. Again, apply this to your circumstance. This could also, because it is shining a spotlight down on your 4th house that we talked about. So again, shining a spotlight on retirement, home, family, foundation, planning for a rainy day, ancestry, family gatherings, anything to do with the past. Anything to do with a family as well. Could be close-knit family or extended family as well, Aries. So that is the full moon in Capricorn. And let me see here. This full moon is being supported by Mars and the nodes. So I do like that. It could have like a faded flavor or a feeling to it. Also, some of you, obviously endings and culminations on the career front. I don't know if I mentioned that or not. So endings and new beginnings on the job front or with clients or in your business. Again, depending if you're an entrepreneur or if you work for someone, definitely changes or could be changes on in that front. Also, work-life balance could really be coming into focus as well. Like I mentioned earlier, Saturn going backwards, this could be about boundaries, reassessing your duties, responsibilities as well, like your day-to-day stuff and what's happening with on the career front. Okay. Now, the new moon in Leo. Yes, let's go back to this. So this is happening on or around July the 24th, give or take a day or two, depending on where you are on the planet. So again, new beginnings. So new moons are generally new beginnings. Sometimes they could manifest right away, and sometimes it takes about 6 to 9 months to manifest or to see, you know, think about planting a seed, right? And you're sitting there waiting for it to grow and grow and grow, and then you finally see a little sprout, and then everybody gets all excited, right? That's how I think about new moons. So new moon in Leo at 2 degrees. So again, if you have anything around 2 degrees of Aries, add in this new moon wish. So if it's your sun sign, this is about new beginnings, possibly on the career front. If it's your moon sign, new beginnings on the home front or with family or pregnancy. I forgot to mention that 5th house is also pregnancy, starting a family, new beginnings on the home front, or with regards to expanding your family, especially with Jupiter in your 4th house for the next year. But anyway, if it's your rising sign, this is your identity. Anything to do with your identity, your physical body, your being, how you enter, how you walk into the world. It's the glasses, the lenses we wear. Or this could be about a relationship because it is in your 5th house. And if it is your rising sign Aries at or around 2 degrees, this again would be hitting your love line. So again, changes on the relationship front, whether in business or in love, could be coming in. Also new beginnings, again, with children, grandchildren, love affairs, romance, dating, sex, creativity, self-expression. So again, for those of you not with kids, this is about birthing something new in your mind, self-expression, creativity. If you own a business, run a business. This is about pulling something out of your soul and putting it on paper, monetizing it, putting it out there in the collective, testing it, doing a trial run with your business. You know, is it going to sell? How do you tweak it? Things like that, Aries. Hobbies, side hustles, again, fertility. So for those of you that are not looking to get pregnant, just take those extra precautions, because with the sun in here and Mercury in here and a new moon, a new beginning, also Jupiter in your 4th house, possibilities are, they're there. But again, I would have to see your birth chart to confirm that. But otherwise, yeah, really nice lunations this month, Aries, for you. But yeah, they're also saying don't forget to take a break, because yeah, I do feel like this month for you could be about work and play and trying to balance those two. So just keep that in mind. Now, Mercury retrograde. So I don't want to repeat myself because I'll annoy you, but all of that stuff I said about your 5th house, that's where Mercury is going to be going back and forth. So you're going to be reassessing something in this area of life. Again, we talked about the children, grandchildren, love affairs, romance, dating, entertainment, gambling, joy, all that stuff. That's where Mercury is going back and forth as well. So keep that in mind for the next couple months, because Mercury is here for, yeah, approximately 2 months. And again, if you have anything around 15 degrees of Aries, which is a really critical degree point, this will add in an additional layer of something you need to reassess. So again, if it's your rising, it's your image or a relationship. If it's your sun, it's your career or a father figure or bosses in your life, or you as a leader. If it's your moon sign, it's something to do with your home, family, foundation, your kids. So that is for, again, not only July, but this is going to carry into August as well. Venus in your 3rd house. Now, this is wherever Venus goes, she attracts love, money, beauty. So for those of you that are single, again, I'm seeing just the general horoscope here, Aries. You could definitely attract in a partner this month. You could definitely, but put yourself out there. I'm not a big believer of you just sit in your house and you think that, you know, princess or prince charming, whatever, they're going to show up at your doorstep. I'm not a believer in that. You have to go outside of your door and start pushing the chessboard pieces around, I always say, because what happens? The universe meets you halfway, because the universe is like, oh, this person is trying. You know, they're trying to find someone. Or again, they're trying to apply for a job. They're trying to put themselves out there. They're trying to get their business up and going. Let's meet them halfway and let's start putting people, places, things in their path and see if they utilize this energy, right? Again, that's just my belief system, you guys, because I'm a realist. I'm sorry, I can't help it. I'm a dreamer to a point. But anyway, Venus in the 3rd house, really nice energy. For those of you that own a business, run a business, this is marketing. This is social media. This is, I'm hearing marketing campaign, just putting yourself out there, brushing up your website. Or they're saying beautifying your website, because it is Venus after all. Transportation, vehicles, buying, selling, things like that. But again, just don't go overboard like what we talked about with Venus and Uranus hand in hand here. You could go overboard, right? Because Uranus is like kapow, and you want to like blow all this money, right? So again, if you have the means to do so, knock yourself out. But if you don't, just a cautionary tale there. Again, you could find love quite rapidly this month, because Venus rules your 7th house. So this could be about love, relationships. Again, business though, if you're not interested in love, or if you're already happily married, this could be about finding new clients coming your way quite rapidly. But again, it's connected to putting yourself out there though, or doing something new. This is also the house of neighbors, neighborhood, community, siblings, cousins, relatives, things like that as well. Benefits coming in from these individuals as well. Like benefits coming in, think local, I would say this month, Aries, versus international, because the focus is definitely on that, I would say, with Venus in your third house. Doesn't mean you can't get clients international though. I do want to be clear on that. It's just that with Venus in the third house, there's just a laser focus on something to do with your local environment versus focusing on the bigger picture, so to speak. And keeping it light and flirty and fun as well, Aries. Okay, yes, Mars. Let's talk about Mars and that South Node coming together in your sixth house. So again, an ending with a job, people leaving the workplace. If you own a business, run a business. I can also see this as cutting someone loose, like terminating someone. Here's a package, see you later, you're just not a fit. Changes in, if you work for an employer, there's probably going to be people leaving the work environment, I'm going to say. This could be about pets and animals too, Aries, so pay extra attention to them, because wherever Mars goes, he inflames as well. So this could be about you, your health and well-being. You got to cut and sever something out of your diet, out of your day-to-day habits and routines in order to get healthy. This could be a healthy sort of thing for you, or a health-related thing for you, Aries. Or it could be about a pet or an animal as well. Something to do with rental units or rental agreements, if that resonates with any one of you. Again, cut and sever. Think about ending. Think about letting something go in this area of life. It is a busy, busy house. This is to do with your day-to-day work, routines, taking care of the kids, driving them here, driving them there. Something's got to change here in this area of life in order to give you a peace of mind. You got to let something go, even for your mental health and well-being, Aries. Could be just as simple as that, right? For some of you, it could be bigger than that. It could be about letting go of a job. I do see two signatures here of a job ending. You cutting, ending, severing a job, you quitting, or again, you changing something about your business. Something's got to give this month about your business so you can bring in something different and new that could be, again, connected to this 12th house of your hidden gifts, talents, and abilities. Something to do with psychological or mental support in a positive way. Again, think about letting something go for the highest good of you, highest good of your soul, your intention. Your healing also, mentally, physically, emotionally, psychologically. It's like that peace of mind. It's like, oh, finally that's over and done with. So I'm hoping Mars will help you with that, or again, something to do with your diet, something to do with it you're ingesting that is not good for you, Aries, and you got to let it go once and for all. Otherwise, yeah, we talked about this. I can also see, I can see patterns here, Aries. Definitely work-life balance is coming into with Mars in the 6th house, because Mars can make us very determined in this area of life. But again, try not to burn the candle at both ends. I would say, just be sure you're taking care of yourself, not only physically, but again, emotionally, psychologically, mentally as well. Really good time, I'm going to throw it out there, to work with a counselor or whatever, psychologist, or a trusted person that you can talk to as well, Aries. Otherwise, really beautiful, beautiful, beautiful energy coming in for you this month. Enjoy the month ahead, my friends, and we will see you back here in August. Bye for now. Hey, Taurus, welcome to July, and let's talk about where I think some of the focus will be for you for the month ahead. Now, before I get started, I want to quickly repeat myself here if you missed the first part of my video. Venus and Uranus coming together at the final degree of your sign, my friends. If this is your first house, this is about changing your identity. Now, it won't be once and for all, because believe it or not, we will get this transit one last time when she makes a pass next year. I don't have that date in front of me, but I know this is the second last time that she'll be coming together with Uranus in your sign before Uranus permanently moves into Gemini. And then you will possibly not have this transit again in your lifetime unless you're literally 1 year old right now watching this. Because Uranus takes 84 years to go around the entire zodiac wheel. So I guess I should say it depends on your age, and it depends on how long humans are going to start living for, especially after all these transits in the following years to come. But anyway, this is about your identity, my friends. This is about you changing your image once and for all, doing something drastic, radical to your image. Or again, this could be about a new work opportunity coming in that's totally out of the blue. This could be new love coming in totally out of the blue. Or this could be, again, something to do with if you own a business, run a business, this could be a work opportunity coming in for you as well. So I'm just going to put that out there as possibilities. So let's talk about the sun, where I think some of your, where the sun is highlighting your chart this month. So this is third house, fourth house matters. So the sun continues to move through your third house of communication, the mind, learning something new, your skills, your talents, your abilities, siblings, cousins, neighbors, transportation, vehicles, how you get around. It's short distance traveling and trips. The sun will continue to highlight that for you this month, Taurus. Now, once, I know, and I'm hearing something to do with family gatherings as well for you, Taurus. Now, once the sun moves into the fourth house, this is all about home, family, foundation, children, grandchildren, again, extended family members, the past, anything to do with the past, especially for you, could be coming back around as well, Taurus, because I'll get into that Mercury retrograde in a second here. But with the sun pouring in heat now into the bottom of your sky, focus will now be on the home front, or renovations, or cleaning up the home, or revising the home, reorganizing the home, cleaning out the closets, the garage, the basement, beautifying the home. This could also be about, as I mentioned, the past, going back to your homeland, the past, ancestry, your roots. This could be even about past life regression. This could be about, from a spiritual standpoint, where is home? What does home feel like for you? Like, where do you want to plant roots? So keep all this in mind, because you have Mercury retrograde here, and you also have a new moon here as well this month. So Taurus, that's where I think some of your focus could be this month. Now let's jump to the full moon and the new moon. So the full moon in Capricorn, this is kind of at the top of your sky. If you have anything around 18 degrees of Taurus, this is going to add in an additional layer here for you. Full moons are technically endings, culmination points. It's kind of like, okay, chapter 1 is done and over with. Now it's time to write chapter 2 and move into this new energy. Ninth house is all about religion, spirituality, law, or anything to do with legal matters or legal battles that you've been going through. This is about higher education, teaching, long distance traveling, ethics, belief systems, anything to do with foreign lands, foreign shores, foreign cultures. So anything international. This is dealing with people from all over the globe. This is also the house of the gods. I love the ninth house. I love working with the ninth house. This is also about Taurus pushing yourself outside of your comfort zone. So something that you may have put in motion back in December of 2024, that could be coming back around to end, close up, or maybe not finalize, but something is wrapping up, and then you can finally move into something a little bit different or new, or this project or whatever you've been working on is finally starting to move along. Or again, this could be some sort of educational pursuit, right? Learning something new. And I also love this full moon because it's also being supported by Mars and the nodes of the moon as well. And I'll get to Mars and that south node in your fifth house, but Mars and the south node is emphasizing the ending portion. And I'll get to your fifth house here in a second here. And then the north node could be bringing in something new in that 11th house area of life, Taurus. Yeah, and they're saying the ending. Yeah, there's more so focus on endings this month versus new beginnings, but it doesn't mean new beginnings can't find their way to you, because you got to let something go in order for the universe to deliver something to your doorstep, so to speak, right? Because you got to make room for it. Yeah, because right now, some of you, there's no room for something new to find its way to you, so you got to let something go. Even if it's as simple as cleaning out the closet, you guys, you'd be surprised when you go from room to room to room in your apartment or condo or home. Start cleaning things out, start moving the energy around in your home, and I think you'd be surprised as to what finds, first of all, what you find, and second of all, what finds its way to you. Now, the new moon in Leo, again, really nicely supported by Saturn and Neptune, making a opportunity aspect to Uranus, newly in Gemini as well. So this new moon in Leo at 2 degrees, if you have anything around 2 degrees of Taurus, you're also going to feel this a little bit more than others, but regardless, a new moon is a new moon. It's a new beginning at the foundation of your sky, like what we talked about. So family, home, roots, ancestry, how you take care of yourself, property, the past, retirement. This could also have something to do with mother-father figures as well. I forgot to mention that with the sun illuminating this part of the chart. This could be about you as a parent, if you're a parent, or you as a grandparent, or your parents, or your elders, so to speak. So this new beginning might not be about you, it might be about them. Could be. I'm not saying for everyone this is not going to be about you, because at the end of the day, it's squaring your energy. So this energy has to be personal to you in some way, shape, or form. I mean, our parents are pretty personal to us, right? Our grandparents are pretty personal to us, Taurus. So again, take what resonates and leave the rest. But there's a brand new beginning here on or around the 24th of July. And again, making really nice aspects to Saturn, Neptune, Uranus, newly in your 2nd house. Yeah, I'm also hearing something to do with like a work opportunity. Also, for those of you that are in a like a spiritual practice or like work from home, this again could be an opportunity to expand that or adjust that, they're saying, in some way, shape, or form. Like you're definitely going through like a well, yeah, spiritual awakening, they're saying, but also belief systems are really changing and have changed, Taurus, for quite some time. Thanks to, I'm just looking at Uranus there, thanks to Uranus. But anyway, really nice energy this month with the full moon technically making a trine to you, and this new moon, yeah, this new beginning, again, it could be rocky, it could be bumpy, it could be difficult to face because it's making a square to you. The sun, Mercury, anytime anything moves through Leo, it's making a square to you. Your planets, placements, points at some point. But squares are not bad, you guys. Like squares make us get off the couch and do something. Do something with what has just been dropped off on our doorstep. And it's like, what are we going to do with this? Like, how are we going to make this work for us? So again, I don't see this as a bad thing, Taurus. I just see this could be something behind the scenes versus out in the open, right? Also a good time to work with like a therapist, a counselor, anything like that, Taurus. I'm just going to throw that out there because you have a heavy 12th house energy and heavy 4th house energy. So a lot of energy in the houses of endings. And I'm not saying you're going to die, by the way, so don't like take it that way. These are fire houses. These are fire houses. So this is about inspiration and finding your spark again, Taurus, finding your joy again. What brings you joy? So this Mercury retrograde is going to be challenging you to reassess this area of life. What does home, family, foundation mean to you? Your, again, relationships to your parents, relationships to your elders, relationships to your kids, relationships to your grandkids if you have any. Really good energy for storytelling, like I mentioned earlier. If you're a public speaker or a podcaster or anything like that, excellent energy coming in for while Mercury is in the bottom of your sky for such a long time, for the next 2 months. Really good energy to renovate your home, or again, just little tweaks to your home, big or small, it doesn't matter. Again, for those of you that want to find a new home, a new place to live, with all this energy in your 4th house, it is very possible. But again, put the wheels in motion. Don't expect a home to land in your lap. Now, don't get me wrong, that can happen too. Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. But yeah, again, if you've been following me for a while, I've said this so many times. Start pushing the chessboard pieces around. The universe will meet you halfway. You take a step towards them, they will take 10 steps towards you, and they're going to start making magic happen, right? Putting your thoughts and intentions out there, Taurus, and getting rid of things that no longer are working in your life. Yeah, that's coming in really strong for you this month. Okay. Let's move on to Venus in your 2nd house. Now, this is really nice energy. Venus rules the 2nd house. I mean, she rules you, but moving into your 2nd house, she loves being in the 2nd house. She doesn't rule Gemini, but still the 2nd house has a flavor of Taurus to it, if that makes sense. So she's going to attract in love and money wherever she goes. So this could be about finding love at work, finding love in social settings, or again, like I talked about earlier in the video, go on a walking date with a new partner, a current partner, whatever the case may be, get your body moving, get communicating, get talking, bring in the light, fun, flirty energy, Taurus. I'm going to say, again, whether you're connected to somebody or not, this could even be with friends too, right? I just heard friends with benefits. Okay, sure, let's throw that out there too. Mars is in your 5th house too. So this could definitely, I'll get to that in a second here, but that could definitely rev up your sex drive. Let's just put it that way. But anyway, Venus in the 2nd house, beauty, aesthetics, again, doing anything to do with your face, beauty treatments, anything like that, look good this month, especially while she's in the 2nd house, and bringing in money, lining your pockets, material possessions. I would just say watch the pocketbook, because Venus can make us blow a lot of money, especially when she's in the 2nd house. And you have Uranus here for a long time as well. So your income could be like this. Think of the big roller coasters, right? Like, anyway, check out my Uranus video if you want to learn more about that. Because yeah, Uranus, all of these heavy hitters, I made separate videos, you guys. So check that out down below. But Venus in the 2nd house should line your pockets, Taurus, but just as fast as money comes in, you could blow it. So I'm just gonna leave it at that. Savings accounts, bank accounts, finances. This is about you, your personal possessions, material possessions, things like that. Okay. Now, yes, let's go to Mars and the South Node in the 5th house coming together. So remember I mentioned 1,000 times now about letting something go. Yes, Mars connecting with the South Node, let something go. Let something go in this area of life. So 5th house is all about children. It's about grandchildren. Now, I'm not saying let them go. It could be about boundaries, you guys, or it just could mean that they're evolving and they're changing. They're going through their own evolution and changes. For you, this could be about dietary, because it is Virgo. So it could be about cutting something out that's no longer working in your life. This is the house of romance and dating as well. Now, if you're happily married, don't worry about it. I would say utilize this as ramping up your sex life, ramping up fancy time, whatever you want to call it, role playing, just bringing that spark back in. And again, maybe something to do with your relationship needs to end in order to bring in some new energy. 5th house is also about creative projects. So as much as Mars is going to rev that up for you, with the South Node here, something's got to go though. Like something has to end and die metaphorically in order to welcome in something new at that 11th house. This could also be about your skills, your talents, your abilities. I actually forgot to mention that with your second house. This could be about brushing up on your skills, your talents, your abilities, and monetizing them. Monetizing a hobby, getting out on social media, pushing yourself outside of your comfort zone, getting that website up and running, doing something different to attract a new client base for those of you that own a business, run a business. And yeah, every time I come to Taurus, I always get aesthetics. I always see that in my mind's eye, not in a bad way. So maybe some of you, again, have a beauty business, right? Or something to do with the beauty industry. Really beneficial energy coming in for you. But again, gotta let something go in order to bring in something new at that 11th house of gains. 11th house is also gains. Let's see here. Okay. I just wanted to double check I'm not missing something here. Okay, Taurus, I think that's about it that I was going to talk about. Again, if you want it, I know, hallelujah, Uranus is out of your sign, not permanently, but he will be coming back around. I'll talk about it month to month to month to month. Or again, check out my Uranus and Gemini video. I break down the specific dates of him coming and going. But this is it. This is the final straw of him moving out of your sign. You know, I trust that he has liberated you in more than one area of life. And if anything, he's brought you out of your shell, so to speak, Taurus. Brought you out of your comfort zone in a good, positive way. And then now he's going to be trucking along in your second house. So Taurus, beautiful month ahead. I hope you enjoy the month of July, and we'll see you back here in August. Bye for now. Hey Gemini, welcome to July. Let's talk about where I think your focus will be for the month ahead. So let's start with the sun. The sun is still moving through your second house of earnings, of finances, material possessions, your savings accounts, your bank accounts, also your skills, your talents, your abilities, and also your value system is in the second house. So that's where I think some of your focus will be for the month ahead. Now, once the sun hops into the third house of learning something new, I'm definitely hearing that loud and clear for you, Gemini. Could also have something to do with Uranus newly in your first house as well, and Venus is there as well. But anyway, going back to the sun, the third house, this is a very busy house. This is like a busy bee type of energy. You do have not only the sun here, you're going to have Mercury retrograde here for 2 months, and you do have a new beginning, a new moon here. So I will come back to that. But what is the third house? It's all about the mind. It's about how we digest and chew on information. It's also how we communicate as well. This is about, again, educational pursuits, learning something new, polishing up that skill set, anything to do with transportation or vehicles or how you get around. This is siblings, cousins, neighbors, neighborhoods, relatives, extended family members. It's about your local community, your local environment, your local city, town, state, province, wherever you live personally. It's focuses on local versus international, but it doesn't mean you can't pursue anything international this month. I just want to be clear on that. Third house is also internet, social media, your website presence, your social media presence, and also short distance trips and traveling. Again, it doesn't mean you can't travel long distance, but focus will be, the busy bee energy will be on this third house. Now, keep that in mind because you have Mercury going back and forth here this month, and you have Mercury here for 2 months. So extra emphasis on you, Gemini, about you know, bumps and bruises and hiccups when it comes to third house matters. You know, definitely make sure if you are hitting the road this summer, well, summer for us in the northern hemisphere, winter in the southern hemisphere, but extra emphasis on vehicles, transportations, how you get around. Mercury retrograde in the third house is just like clockwork about this. You know, the engine light comes on. I get it. We're all famous for this, right? Some of us ignore it. Some of us don't. I'm not judging. Okay, I did the old trick back in the day. You just put a piece of electrical tape over it, ignore it. But I mean, I'm dating myself. This is way back, you guys. I get it. Nowadays, people don't do that. But just make sure your vehicle is in tip-top shape. That's what I'm trying to get at here. Or however it is that you get around. You know, even if you take the bus or the train, again, expect hiccups, expect bumps in the road. Maybe take the earlier bus or the earlier train if you can. If you're flying at all this month ahead and even next month, again, double, triple check your itinerary and just expect those delays, you guys. Technology glitches, you know, your laptop crashing, computer crashing. Just make sure you got backups in place, Gemini. Anyway, I don't want to lecture you about it because I know it's boring, but with Mercury retrograde in the third house, it's just, I remember when this happened to me, it was like extra powerful umph. With all these little things coming down the pipe, you know, the power of three, I call it. It's like, you know, your vehicle breaks down, your computer breaks down, you know, you lost your phone or something like that. And it's like, oh my God, yeah, the power of three in Mercury retrograde season. So just, there's my forewarning. Plus on top of it, you're ruled by Mercury, my friends. Unless you have Mercury retrograde in your chart, that's different. Mercury retrogrades you'll experience quite differently, but this is your ruling planet. So it really scrambles you, scrambles the mind, scrambles the circumstances. And on top of it, this is happening in the third house that Mercury, that you rule over. So anyway, I'll stop there with the Mercury retrograde anyway. Now let's hop to this new moon. So I'm going to jump to the end of the month here. So new moon in Leo at 2 degrees. If you have anything Gemini at 2 degrees of your birth chart. So if it's your sun, this would be a new beginning on the career front or a new beginning in a father's life, possibly. If you're a leader, it could be a new beginning, again, tied into your career. If it's your moon, it could be a new beginning with home family foundation or a new beginning for a mother type figure in your life. If it's your rising sign, it's about you. It's about your identity. It's the glasses we wear when we look at the world, how we approach the world, how we project ourselves onto the world. New beginnings there, or new beginnings with a relationship, whether in business, work, or love as well. But all that stuff I rambled off with the third house, this is a new beginning in this area of life. I'm also hearing for you, Gemini, publishing, something to do with writing, publishing, which is definitely connected to the third house. Publishing is more so 9th house, but you do have Pluto up there. So, and actually this new moon is opposing Pluto, actually, come to think of it. Yeah. This new beginning could also involve friendship groups, like people that you hang out with could also be a part of this new beginning as well. And also this new moon is making a connection to Uranus that's newly in your first house. So again, identity, what sort of like, how do I say this? Status. That's what I'm trying to get at. Like, what is your status? What are you known for? That could be up for some change as well. And did I mention like internet, social media? I hope I mentioned all that. New beginnings with a website, how you put yourself out there, social media, how you present yourself. This is kind of like spotlight energy as well, Gemini. Like you could be in the spotlight in some way, shape, or form. Also, if you want to learn more about Uranus in your first house, check out my set of videos below. I made separate videos about Pluto in Aquarius, Saturn, Neptune in Aries, Uranus in Gemini, and Jupiter in Cancer, because they deserve a separate stage, separate videos, because I can't cover everything in these monthly ahead videos. But definitely exciting news with Uranus in your first house. Be prepared to be invigorated and liberated from anything that you're doing right now is obviously going to be changing, because he's going to be in here for about 7 years. Not permanently. We're just getting a taste, a tester, taste tester. And then he's going to go back into Taurus later on and then permanently move into your sign in 2026. But anyway, I'll be here to talk about it every single month. But anyway, So new beginning, beautiful new beginning in that busy, busy, busy third house. Also networking. If I didn't mention networking, rubbing shoulders with like-minded souls as well, Gemini. Now, full moon in Capricorn. I'm jumping around here. July the 10th, we have a full moon in Capricorn at 18 degrees. Now, Capricorn doesn't really see Gemini from its perspective in your birth chart, but that doesn't mean that you won't be impacted by this. This is happening in your financial area of life, but this is more so about the other person, somebody that you're connected with, whether this is your business partner, whether this is a partnership from a marriage or love standpoint. This is about shared assets. This is about big life changes and shifts and pivots. This is a deep psychological intense house as well. This is about death and rebirth. I don't mean you're going to die, Gemini, but it's about transformation, right? 8th house is about transformation. Taxes, debts, loans, again, an ending and culmination point here with something to do with that. Audits, property, shared finances, inheritance. This is about the shadow. Something, if anything bubbles up to the surface, Gemini, it's asking you to acknowledge it, to heal it, and to let it go once and for all. This could be about deep intimacy. This could be about passion. This is, again, that sexual connection that you have with your partner, if you are connected with someone. This is also the house of fear, power, control coming to the surface as well. So very, very heavy, heavy, heavy house. But again, things are coming up for a reason. Things are coming to a culmination point for a reason. I like how this full moon is supported by Mars and also the nodes of the moon. Whenever we're dealing with the nodes of the moon, it's kind of like all bets are off. This is when fate, fortune, destiny find us, especially in a harmonious way here. Mars, I'll get to Mars, but this full moon, again, extra emphasis on cut and sever something in this area of life. So something to do with your finances, taxes, debts, loans, things like that. Shared, like something to do with shared resources with that partner, whether it's in business or in love. Okay, so those are the lunations this month, Gemini. And again, they're both very, very well aspected for each and every one of us. And for you, yes, definitely I can see this as opportunity coming in for you this month. Just don't burn out, Gemini, like especially with Uranus in your sign, you might feel really anxious because again, your nervous system, it's going to take a while for your body, our dense bodies to get used to Uranus in the first house. You might go through like a jittery phase. Just know that's just Uranus waking you up, literally. Like every cell in your body is like standing on edge now, like the little hairs are like bing. So think about every cell in your body, you know, and they kind of have those little things at the end. I don't know, I'm not a science person, so you know, they have those little wiggly things, like, anyway, they're all going to stand on end now like this, right? They've been sleeping for such a long time. Trust me, Uranus is going to wake you up on every single level that you can't even imagine, right? So anyway, I'll just leave it at that. Nothing to be scared of, by the way. I'm not trying to scare you. Trust me, this is incredible energy for you. Like incredible. If you know a Taurus, just talk to them. A Taurus sun, moon, rising, talk to them and see how this energy is manifested for them. But keep in mind, this is going to be different for you. It's different for every single sign. And I think Uranus functions well in your sign. This is just my opinion, right? He didn't function well in Taurus. He functions a lot better with Gemini because he rules Aquarius. Aquarius is a fellow air sign like yourself. So anyway, I'm just going to leave it at that. I wanted to just be clear that I think this is something to be excited about, Gemini. That's what I'm getting at. Like, it's not a Debbie Downer transit. I think this is an amazing transit. I went through this years ago too, personally. I was much younger, but this transit really made me come out of my shell. And my personality took a different form. Let's just put it that way. And it changed the way I like dressed and the way I styled myself as well, just to name a couple things. But I was quite younger when this went through my first house. But anyway, Venus in your sign. Yeah, this is incredible. You're a magnet, Gemini. You're going to be a magnet this month. So please utilize this energy to your full potential, whether you're working or not working, whether you're looking for love. It's like your wish is my command type of energy. Wherever Venus goes, she draws in love and money and beauty, and she makes us look attractive. We might not change anything about us, but for some reason, you'll notice people are just, they're doing favors for you. They're being nicer to you. Things flow easier when Venus is in our first house. But again, if you're single and looking for love, my goodness, I'm going to say put yourself out there right now, like as we speak. She moves into Gemini on July the 4th. I'd say like do it now, or whenever you're watching this, put yourself out there because you're going to look really attractive, especially with Uranus in your first house. This is like that bolt of lightning. This is finding love in unexpected ways. Or again, downloads, insights, creative projects coming to life, monetizing a hobby, and also healing on multiple levels. For those of you that are in the spiritual realm or dabble in the spiritual realm, it's just going to be, I'm hearing off the hook. Like it's going to be off the hook. It's going to be just magnetized tenfold, they're saying. So again, put yourself out there, my friends, because the universe is trying to help you, but they're waiting on you. They're saying they're waiting on you to make that first move, to put yourself out there in some way, shape, or form. Really good for beauty enhancements too, you guys. I'll put that. Even with Venus moving into Cancer at the end of the month, good for beauty treatments as well, I'm going to say. Okay, last but not least, Mars. Okay, Mars is scratching around at the bottom of your sky. So Gemini, sometimes this is not the easiest energy. I'm going to be honest with you because it is making a square. So the nodes are squaring your energy, Gemini. It just means change. It just means you got to let something go in the fourth house area of life: home, family, foundation, ancestry, the past, something to do with parenting, you as a parent, or your parents. Something needs to be let go here in order to welcome in something new that's trying to come in at your 10th house. So career, status, reputation. And again, this could be endings and new beginnings for you as a parent, or something to do with your parents' lives as well that will impact you in some way, shape, or form. But anyway, Mars in the 4th house, really good for renovations, by the way, really good for doing things around your property. Like, because you're going to have the motivation and the drive and the oomph to see things through start to finish. That's what I love about Mars in an earth sign, is we actually get stuff done start to finish. And it's also going to make you very logical and rational too. If you are doing renovations, you'll hopefully watch the budget. Again, you're going to be rational, logical, mindful, grounded with these ideas. But yeah, something needs to go here. Some of you, yeah, you need to cut and sever a living situation. Now that could be a place of living, a person you're living with, or again, changes to your parenting style, how you parent, or again, changes in a parent's life. I'm not saying you have to cut out a parent, but for those of you that this resonates with, I'm going to say put up those boundaries. Because I mean, who am I to say cut out a parent, cut out a parent? That's, to me, that's rude. But for those of you, I get it, because this is about cutting, ending, severing something about the past. This is also something to do with retirement too. Retirement, career. This could be either or, Gemini. So if this isn't about the home, this could be about cutting, ending, severing something on the career front as well, or something to do with your status or reputation. But yeah, sorry, they're chatting to me here, and it's like, okay, you guys, I'm trying not to lose my train of thought here. Anyway, Mars in the 4th house, again, not a bad transit. It's definitely going to give you that oomph that you need to get stuff done around the house, or again, putting that extra focus on your family and your place of living quite specifically. Otherwise, Gemini, I think this is going to be a wonderful month ahead. Like I said, enjoy this new energy, but take care of your nervous system. Be mindful of that. Be mindful of what irritates you and agitates you. And if you journal or anything like that, just take note of that, because you might want to keep this in your back pocket for when when Uranus comes back into your sign. So not a bad time to start a journal, or just jot down some notes in your phone or something of anything new that you're feeling over the next several months. But otherwise, yeah, Gemini, enjoy the month ahead, and we will see you back here in August. Bye for now. Hey, Cancer, welcome to July, and let's talk about where I think your focus will be for the month ahead. So for those of you celebrating a birthday this month, I want to wish you a happy, happy, happy birthday. And what a month to start your birthday. So the sun is still in your sign as I'm recording this, but he will eventually move into your 2nd house. So the spotlight is still on you, Cancer. And again, you have Jupiter in your sign for the next year. That's going to be probably rippling out change in multiple areas of life. So if you're curious about any of the outer planets changing signs, like for example, Uranus newly in your 12th house of Gemini, check out all the links below. I have separate videos about all these outer planets because they definitely deserve their own breakdown of the year or the years ahead that these planets are going to bring in for us. But anyway, sun is still in your sign, Cancer, lighting you up, bringing in that heat, vitality, energy into your 1st house. It's kind of like you're the star of the show. You are on display, even if you do not work and you are retired. It kind of gives you that extra skip in your step, so to speak, or I hope it does anyway, because the sun never goes retrograde. Same with your ruler, the moon never goes retrograde. You and Leo are the only signs that have that advantage where your rulers never go retrograde, but they do get eclipsed out. So you and Leo are definitely impacted by eclipses. But anyway, I'm not going to talk about that until closer to, well, actually, I'll talk about that next month. But anyway, it's all about you this month, Cancer. It could be about your image. It could be about work. It could be about home, family, foundation. It could be about your relationships. Because when the sun, anything passing through the 1st house, it could really ripple out to multiple areas of life. Now, once the sun moves into Leo, your 2nd house, you got a lot of action happening here. You got the sun, you got Mercury in here. Mercury retrograde is going to happen in here. And you also have a new beginning in this 2nd area of life. So what is the 2nd house? It's all about money, work, if you do work, finances, and if you don't work, how do finances come to you? So do you get benefits from a spouse, a partner, investments? Does the government pay you? Whatever the case may be, disability, things like that. So 2nd house is how money lines your pockets, so to speak. So finances, your savings account, your bank account, your income, your value system, your belief system, how you earn a living. So obviously work, material possessions, property, it's anything that belongs to you. And the 2nd house is also your skills, your talents, your abilities. So that's also going to be the focus for you for the month ahead. Now, with all that said, Mercury is going to be in here for 2 months. So Mercury is going to help you reassess something in this area of life. Now with Mercury retrograde, I'm going to caution you, if you're signing on the dotted line this month or even next month with something big, please, please, please double, triple check everything, Cancer, please. Because again, something might go sideways. It doesn't mean the end of the world, But being in a financial house, there's definitely something here you need to reassess. Now, the beauty of Mercury retrograde, though, is that something you've been eyeing up could come back around on sale. Like you could get killer deals when Mercury is retrograde in Leo. So again, I'm not saying hide under the couch for the next 2 months. Just, again, double, triple check if you want to purchase anything big and make sure you hang on to that receipt. Now, I can appreciate if you got to buy like property or a vehicle, you can't exactly return them, right? So those are the bigger ticket items that definitely have a trusted friend double, triple check everything. But if it's little things, then that's fine. Just hang on to your receipts. And then if you change your mind when Mercury goes direct, you can at least return it, right? Now, let's jump to this new moon because you also have, again, a new beginning in this area of life, Cancer. Now, this is July the 24th, give or take a day or two, depending on where you are on the planet. This is, again, a new beginning. For those of you looking for work, this could be new work coming in for you. Absolutely. A new way, a new stream of income could be coming your way because this new moon, both lunations this month are awesome. I love both of the luminaries this month. The new moon is supported by Saturn and Neptune up in your 10th house of career, of status, of reputation, making a sextile, an opportunity aspect to Uranus in your 12th house. So this is a hidden house. This is kind of like a new moon being dusted by a little bit of fate and destiny and fortune, with Uranus waking up that hidden 12th house. It is opposing Pluto in your 8th house as well. I'm not too worried about this. This just means whatever this new beginning is, Cancer, it's going to be transformational. It's going to be like very deep, and it's going to ripple out beyond what you can even imagine now. Like the new moon this month, usually I would say, okay, it's going to culminate 6 months from now. But this new moon, there's something different about it because it's connected to Saturn and Neptune and Pluto and Uranus. These are not quick moving planets. This is something that's going to stand the test of time when it comes to your status, reputation, career, money, finances, how you earn a living. It's going to carry you into the years to come, not just the next 6 months. So I'd say be very mindful around this new moon because honestly, this is like blessings in disguise that are going to be planted consciously or unconsciously, and then they'll slowly give you gains over the next several years. Like this is, like I said, this new moon is definitely beyond its own cycle. But anyway, very powerful new beginnings in this area of life, Cancer. And yes, for those of you that, again, new work, upgrading your skill set, talents, abilities, monetizing a side hustle, like you name it. It's just going to be incredible. And again, don't get down on yourself if something doesn't happen on the day. This is not the type of energy where something might manifest immediately. It could, but for those of you, this is definitely a longer term transit. But like I said, general reading, take what resonates and leave the rest. Now the full moon in Capricorn, I'm going to go back to the beginning of the month, July the 10th. We have a full moon in your opposite sign, Cancer. So if you have anything around 18 degrees, this is going to put a little spotlight specifically on you. So if it's your sun, it could be about your career, being in the spotlight to do with your career or promotions or getting a new job. If it's your moon sign, it could be about home, family, foundation, your place of living, or something to do with your kids. Also something to do with your parents, by the way, mother or father. If it's your rising sign, my friends, again, this could be about a job. This could be about a new partnership coming in, whether in love or in business, or again, a new image. Rising sign is about you physically, like your physical body. So this could be changes to do with your physical body. Could also be about diet elimination. I'm just going to throw it out there because rising is also, could be about the health and well-being of our body. Same with the sun, could be vitality as well. So endings and culminations on the relationship front, Cancer. again, love, business, anyone that you have a one-to-one relationship with. It could be about contracts, agreements, negotiations coming up. Again, this could be new beginnings or endings in this area of life, if that makes sense. Could also be marriage agreements. This is also the house of marriage. Now, I'm not saying all of you are getting divorced, by the way. So if you're happily married, it's going to manifest in a different way. So it doesn't mean you're going to get divorced. I'm just saying for some of you, that could be a possibility where something in your marriage is illuminated. Something in your marriage is coming to light, coming into your awareness, or it could be just a thought. Sometimes full moons are like a seed being planted, like, hey, am I even happy in this relationship? And then again, the next lunation cycle, you could take those next steps, right? But anyway, I'm not here to like Debbie down this transit. It's just examples and possibilities of the full moon. So those are the lunations this month. We covered the Mercury retrograde, reassessing that second house, reassessing your finances, your resources, anything that belongs to you. Buying and selling, by the way, too, is really good with all this energy in the second house as well. Now, Venus moving into a very hidden area of life. The 12th house is a big emphasis on endings. So Cancer, it's going to be really interesting with Uranus in here over the next several years. I mean, the biggest word that comes to mind is awakenings. You know, this is, I think I said this in my Uranus video, like paranormal comes to mind. I know a few Geminis that experienced this, and like paranormal stuff was off the hook. Not in a bad way, but it just made me smile listening to their stories. You know, you're definitely going to be more tuned in to the spiritual side of life. Okay, so whatever your belief system is, that is going to get dialed up like tenfold. For those of you that work and dabble in the spiritual realm, yeah, that's going to, again, dialed up like tenfold. Channeling, downloads, insights, awakenings. Like, anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself here. But Venus in here, that's what I was trying to get at. Venus in here is also going to activate the 12th house. So endings, culmination points, again, extra emphasis of that this month. And yeah, I just realized, yeah, the full moon in Capricorn, I forgot to mention, is supported by the nodes of the moon as well. So this full moon could be dusted with fate, destiny, fortune. Mars in your third house is also asking you to cut and sever something that's not working. But I'll get to Mars in your third house in a second here. But the 12th house with Venus in here, wherever Venus goes, she attracts love, money, beauty. So money could be coming to you. Like if you're owed money, that person could be paying you back this month. Also, this is an awakening transit. They're saying spiritual kisses, like having spirit around you, little blessings coming in. This could be about solitude, reflection, taking a break, healing, mentally, emotionally, physically, psychologically. Venus is going to help you with all of that. This is also about your hidden gifts, talents, and abilities. Again, with Uranus in here, that's going to wake up. A lot of you, you know, if you're watching this, I have no doubt you're already awake. But we go through multiple awakenings in our lifetime. That's kind of what I'm learning. Is like you think you're awake, and then you go through something else, and you're like, oh my goodness, okay, yeah, now I'm awake, if that makes sense. But anyway, Venus in here, she's going to be activating this on a smaller scale, but Uranus on a bigger scale, you're going to be having this for like 7 years. So again, check out my other videos in the description box below if you're interested in learning more about Saturn and Neptune and Uranus and Jupiter and all those fun things. So that is the 12th house. Also, some of you could date in secret. I'm going to put that out there too. Venus or Mars moving through the 12th house could be not only secret love, but it also could be opportunities for infidelity. I'm just going to put it out there. It wouldn't be your partner. I would say it's maybe you, Cancer. So also be mindful of that. I'm not saying go cheat on your partner, okay? It's just whenever I see something, Venus, Mars moving through the 12th house, temptation is there. Let's just put it that way. Temptation is there. Also binge eating, like sugar and sweets and food and junk like that's also Venus going through the 12th house. So please watch out for that too. Be mindful of that as well. Okay, Mars. I want to get to Mars here in your 3rd house. So 3rd house is a busy house. It's about siblings. It's about cousins, relatives, extended family members. It's about your local community, your local environment. Learning something new, anything to do with educational pursuits, transportation, how you get around, and the mindset, like your communication. That's definitely going to be sharp and on point with Mars in the 3rd house. Like you could feel very productive while Mars is moving through this area of life. Be mindful of heavy foot syndrome. Like this could be speeding tickets and stuff like that. Mars in the 3rd house could give us road rage. Cancer. So not for all of you, but it could make you a little bit more aggressive and assertive on the roads. But meeting the South Node, this is about cutting, ending, severing, cutting something loose in this area of life. Could also, Cancer, be about diet, health, nutrition, because it is in Virgo. So it could be something you're eating that you need to, let go of. It could be about an educational pursuit that you need to let go of. It could be about something that's just not working in this area of life. Now, I'm going to mention it because, again, this is siblings, cousins, neighbors, neighborhoods. There could be some friction here with a neighbor, a sibling, a cousin, a relative, because wherever Mars goes, he inflames. So watch out for spats with siblings, irritation with siblings. Again, you're going to have a way with words, Cancer. So be mindful how you're speaking and communicating. Mercury also in Leo, your speech is going to be very passionate as well. You're going to be feisty this month, Cancer, and also even next month with your speech. So just watch out for that as well. Could be about, again, transportation, like how you get around could be changing. Maybe you're buying, selling a vehicle. Maybe you're cutting a vehicle loose and then getting a new vehicle. I would, again, Mercury retrograde rules, like we talked about, be mindful of those big purchases. But I do see it here with Mars coming into connection with that South Node, because it's a big focus this month on letting something go. Okay, Cancer. Otherwise, I think that was about it that I was going to mention for the month ahead. But otherwise, enjoy your final few weeks of your birthday season, and we will see you back here in August. Bye for now. Hey, Leo, welcome to July, and let's talk about where I think your focus will be for the month ahead. Now, Leo, you're definitely going to be in the spotlight at some point this month, or you're going to feel like you're going to be in the spotlight. And some of you are going to like that, but for those of my Leos out there that are introverts, this might make you uncomfortable, but in a good way, my friends, I promise, in a good way. So anyway, if you are a Leo celebrating a birthday this month, I want to wish you a wonderful birthday season ahead, and what a birthday month to have. If you are a July Leo or an August Leo, this is your new moon this month, Leo. So I'm just going to put that out there right now before I forget. Please make sure you utilize your birthday wishes. I don't care what degree you are, Leo, this is your only new moon. So take advantage of this new moon on or around July the 24th. And I will come back to that. I just wanted to spit that out before I forgot. Anyway, Leo, let's talk about the sun. The sun continues to trek through your 12th house, and Jupiter is in there as well. So just a reminder, all of my separate videos about the slower moving planets, I made separate videos about all of them. So check out the description box below. You can learn more about the eclipse cycle we're in, Jupiter in Cancer, Uranus newly in Gemini, and Saturn and Neptune in Aries, and also Pluto in Aquarius as well. I made all separate videos. Check that out below if you are interested. Sun moving through the 12th house. This is like slumber time. This is sleep time. This is catching up on sleep, taking a vacation, taking a back seat on things, putting something on cruise control, taking it easy, rejuvenating your body, your mind, your soul, Leo, because guess what? Now it's time to wake up from your hibernation on or around July the 22nd when the sun moves into your sign. And you should feel energized as soon as the sun hits that 0 degree mark of Leo. You should feel this, my friends. Of course, depending on what you're watching for, if it's sun, moon, or rising, or if you're watching for a stellium in Leo, but regardless, wherever the sun goes, he infuses his light, his heat, his energy. And this is your ruler, Leo. So this is your season ahead to take advantage of. So like I said, spotlight might be on you. This might be a focus on your health, your diet, your vitality, your well-being. This is about fresh new starts, fresh new beginnings. It's kind of like your personal January 1st of the new year, or whatever new year that you celebrate. It's kind of like, boom, this is it. What is your plan now for the next 3, 6, 9, 12 months ahead? Now, with Mercury retrograde in here, Leo, again, this is about you. This is about your physical appearance, reassessing something about your appearance, identity. Who do you identify with, and what do you identify with? Do you identify by your job, which most of us do, your title, all those initials behind your last name? Or are you known to be a stay-at-home mom, or a stay-at-home parent, or a stay-at-home dad? Or are you a grandmother, a grandfather? Are you known for being a baker, a banker, a lawyer? Are you known to have big hairstyles, big hairdos? You know, I'm thinking of the 80s and the 90s here. Like, what are you known for? Like, what is your identity wrapped up in? Is it wrapped up in the big yacht that you own? Is it wrapped up in your, $5 million home? Is it wrapped up in your sports car or your sports cars that you own? This is a real gut check about your identity and where that lies. And hint, hint, wink, wink, we are not what we own, right? I know I'm probably saying this to the wrong crowd, right? I'm a Leo sun. I get it. I'm a Leo sun. And I've had some hard lessons about what I identify with. And Pluto has helped me with that. So now Pluto is going to be helping us with, who do we identify with, right? Is our identity wrapped up in our millionaire wife or husband or whatever, our bank account, our trust fund, money? So that's going to go through a big overhaul, Leo. And I'm saying this now because this is also wrapped up in this new moon. So I'm speaking about Mercury retrograde, the new moon, and even the sun being here. This is a lot of potent energy in the first house here, an energy that's going to stand the test of time. So this is also about, as I mentioned, the health and well-being of the body. How are you taking care of your vessel, Leo? This is about major life themes and cycles, because anything to do with the first house is going to ripple out to our relationships, our home life, our place of living, our family, our children, our grandchildren, and our career, retirement, any area of life. This is about reassessing your approach to life and changing something that's not working in any area of life, I'm going to say, because again, this is the first house. Now, with all that said, I'm going to jump to the new moon just so I don't repeat myself. So everything I've been nattering about, this is about your first house, your identity, who you are, Leo. And I know it's important to Leos. I get it, you guys. Trust me, I'm preaching to myself here. This new moon on July the 24th is so important at 2 degrees. And if you have anything around 2 degrees, this is going to just amp up the energy for that planet placement point that you have. This is being supported by Saturn and Neptune in your 9th house, opposing Pluto in your 7th house of relationships, and making a opportunity aspect to Uranus newly in your 11th house of friendship circles, people that you hang out with, your long-term commitments, goals, gains from the career, and also possibly siblings as well, specifically older siblings, but it could be, you know, siblings in general. But Leo, this is about what do you want to manifest, not only in the next 6 months when we're going to get a full moon in Leo, but they're showing me this new moon for each and every one of us is going to stand the test of time because Saturn's involved, Neptune's involved, Pluto and Uranus. And they don't move quick, right? And this is just extra special and potent for Leo. Or if you have anything around 2 degrees of Leo or Taurus or Scorpio or Aquarius, I'm going to say. So this is definitely a multifaceted new moon. And I know I'm getting like serious here, but it's just so important for Leos to be conscious around this new moon of what you say, what you do, what you put out to the universe, how you talk to yourself in the mirror, how you treat others. So I know I'm getting kind of deep and intense, Leo. I don't know. That's just suddenly the tone I got from this new moon because it's gonna last for years. It's gonna unfold slowly, they're saying, for years and years and years to come. But anyway, I'll get off that. I spent too much time on that. Okay, time to move on. So let's talk about the full moon in Capricorn. So full moon in Capricorn, again, a really, really, really nice full moon. I love the lunations this month because they're so well supported, in my opinion. This is my opinion. So full moon in Capricorn, 18 degrees. Capricorn doesn't really see Leo on the birth chart, as you can see. So it doesn't mean you're not going to be impacted by this Leo because this area of life you've just had Pluto in for like, you know, almost 2 decades. So this full moon is being supported by Mars in your 2nd house, the South Node in your 2nd house, and also the North Node in your 8th house, in financial houses here. So endings, culminations when it comes to a job, when it comes to work, your place of work, your work environment, people leaving the workplace, new people coming. This is like a revolving door, Leo. If you own a business, run a business, there's going to be changes here. Maybe people leaving. Maybe you got to cut somebody off, right? Maybe you got to say, you know what? Here's your termination package. I'm sorry, but you're not working out. Sayonara. Possibility, right? 6th house is also about diet, health, and routine. Maybe something's got to let go here. This is a very busy, heavy house. It's the house of being of service, Leo. It's like, how can I help you? That customer service angle. So let something go in this area of life so you can welcome in something new. And do it for you, Leo. Do it for your own mental health and well-being. Stop thinking about everybody else. And some of you I don't need to say this to because they're already saying that. I know it's a general reading. Take what resonates and leave the rest. But yeah, they're saying you got to let go of something and you got to do it for yourself. You got to do it for your own mental health, your own spiritual health. Also, this could be about a pet. I'm just going to throw it out there. Endings and new beginnings on the pet front. Animals. So they could be big or small, furry or feathery, whatever the case may be. I can also see this ending have something to do with money too, because the nodes of the moon are in your financial houses, Leo. So this could have a connection to money coming in, money going out. Again, a service-oriented business or a side hustle, or again, running the kids here, running the kids there. Maybe you got kids bleeding, your bank account's dry, you know, things like that. Something's got to shift here and change. I'm just saying. And Mars is supporting you with this ending. this cutting out. Again, routines, diets, think of health and well-being too. Something that you need to let go of in this area of life once and for all. Now, let's jump to Mars in your second house. So again, Mars coming into contact with that south node. This is buying and selling. Extra emphasis on selling, Leo. So the second house is material possessions, what you own, what belongs to you. This is also the house of skills, talents, and abilities as well. So maybe it's time to stop learning and time to start doing and putting those things into practice because you're ready, Leo. Even though you feel like you're not, you're ready. Second house is all just, it's about money, material possessions. It's also about the face, right? Your grill, your teeth, your face, cosmetic procedures. So maybe you're going through some of that transition. It's like transitioning the body, changing of the body. Like we talked about with the first house, that kind of transits into the second house too, because the second house is like the face, the throat, changes to your image. That does carry into the second house as well. So maybe some of you are going through surgical procedures as well, beautifying yourself, Leo. But yeah, this is, again, it could be about taking on more debt. It could go either way, my friends, because again, the north node is in your 8th house, south node is in the 2nd house. So emphasis is more so on shared assets, shared resources. But this transit specifically, Mars is putting energy in your 2nd house. So you're going to go after what it is that you want from a material possession perspective, or money, earning money. Mars in the 2nd house, Leo, also makes us burn through money. So you can burn through money just as fast as you make it. So just keep that in mind. Again, money is not meant to sit in the bank for a billion years. I can appreciate that. But again, you do you. You know your financial circumstance, right? Work with a professional if you have to, even to have kind of like spreading your money out. Making your money work for you is also this transit as well. But again, extra emphasis here on letting something go. 2nd house is also about work. So again, I see 2 signatures here without even seeing your birth chart. 2 signatures of letting go of a job. Something here has got to cut and sever in the workspace so you can welcome in something new. So whether you own a business, run a business, or work for somebody else. This could also be about, I forgot to mention with the full moon in your 6th house, this is also about service providers that you hire. And maybe you need to get rid of them, or there's changes there. Maybe it's time to change up the person who cuts your lawn or paints your house or things like that. Also something to do with rental agreements as well. There's like an ending, a culmination point with a rental agreement, a lease agreement, or if you own rental units, rental buildings, this could be about, again, either kicking somebody out, giving someone notice, or new people moving in, like vice versa, right? Just people naturally coming and going, which happens. Okay, last but not least, I think Venus. Yes, Venus in your 11th house. Now, Venus coming together with Uranus on July the 4th, I think here, that we talked about earlier. That's happening in your 10th house, Leo. So this isn't the final transit of these 2 planets coming together. This is going to happen again next year for the final time, which I'll talk about it then. But Venus and Uranus coming in together, the 10th house, this is like sudden resignations. Again, work. Sudden, like, I'm retired. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm retired. Sudden opportunity coming into your career space, or sudden changes to your status. Like I talked about earlier about the 1st house energy. What are you wrapped up with regards to status? This is sudden, like, breakthroughs, breakdowns, see you later, I'm out of here. This could be divorces, this could be separations, divorcing from work, divorcing from your partner. This is like final straw energy. And I'm not saying this is bad, Leo. If you have anything around 29 degrees of Leo, you're definitely going to feel this. Something's definitely got to pivot and shuffle. This could also be about a third house matter. So like transportation, siblings, cousins, relatives, communication, social media, a glow up on social media, somebody finding you on social media, love finding you on social media, work finding you on social media, clients finding you on social media. The list goes on. So this is sudden insight, sudden something happening, boom, like lightning, right? And again, I don't know if it's good or bad, Leo. This is where I would need to see your birth chart. I'm not a believer of good and bad. Everything happens for a reason. It's, again, how we react and respond to it, like I was saying earlier, right? That's all we can control is our bubble, us, right? We can't control other people. So anyway, Leo, I just wanted to quickly mention that. But Venus in the 11th house is what I'm getting at here. Venus, wherever she goes, she brings in love, money, beauty, my friends. So again, glow up on the social media space, revitalizing your social media platforms, getting on social media platforms, dating, putting yourself out there, finding love on the internet through a device. Could be also finding love in your local vicinity, your local space, finding love through friends, for those of you that are looking. Gains coming in through the career finally, whether you're retired or not, or working or not, I should say. Gains coming in through friends, people helping you out, people giving you a leg up. Really nice transit for Venus here. Again, love, money, beauty coming in through that 11th house. Older siblings, gains coming in through them, or gains coming to them. This could be a beneficial transit for your older siblings as well, Leo. But otherwise, Leo, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful month ahead. Again, that new moon in Leo, I can't stress that enough. July the 24th, on or after that day, while the moon is still transiting Leo, I think you got a few days after the 24th to plant those seeds of intention. So you don't have to do it on the 24th. You can do it on the 25th, 26th, or whatever. Okay, Leo, enjoy your month ahead, and I'll see you back here in August. Bye for now. Hey, Virgo, welcome to July, and let's talk about your month ahead. I'm going to start with the sun. So the sun is still moving through your 11th house of gains, gains from the career, gains from your friendship circles, people that you rub shoulders with, networking, social media, your website. This is your long-term commitments and goals, or thoughts of, what you want to put into motion now to give yourself those benefits and gains in the long term. Jupiter is in here as well, trying to bring in those blessings and expand on those goals and ideas over the next year. So that's definitely a longer transit. But focus could also be on siblings, in particular, maybe an older sibling, or maybe a sibling that's the same age as you. Friendship circles, anybody that you connect with, and your role in these friendship circles, groups, associations, affiliations that you are connected to. Now, once the sun moves into the 12th house, it's sort of like setting on your birth chart, so to speak. So, Virgo, you have a lot of energy in this 12th house. You have a new moon, a new beginning here this month. You have Mercury retrograde here this month, and then you have the sun moving in here on July the 22nd, give or take a day or two, depending on where you are on the planet. Okay, this hidden 12th house is interesting. It's like shining a spotlight in your dark attic, cleaning out the cobwebs, shining a spotlight on skeletons in the closet, skeletons coming out of the closet. I don't mean literally, but you know what I mean. This is about preparing for a new cycle. You are preparing for the sun touching that 0-degree Virgo mark. You're preparing for a brand new cycle. This is kind of like your new year, getting ready for your new year, so to speak. This is a definite focus on endings, letting something go letting multiple things go. So again, you can start fresh in the coming months, years, whatever the case may be, because I'll get to this new moon in a second, because this new moon is a big new cycle starting, and it's not about, okay, this is going to manifest in 6 months. It's going to be bigger than that, because I'll get to that. The bigger planets are involved here. 12th house, endings, letting go. Where is your time, your energy, your effort being spent? That is definitely going to be coming up with this Mercury retrograde. Just think, you have Mercury in here for 2 months, my friends. 2 months. Lots of introspection is going to be happening here. Lots of thoughts. The mind could be racing this month and next month too, when he's still going to be in this area of life for you. This could be about relationships. This could be about children. This could be about you. This could be about the past. Again, letting go of the past. I would encourage you, Virgo. This is about awakenings. This is about spirituality, if you believe in that. Again, this could be about your belief systems as well. This is dreams, your time to yourself. This is about solitude. This is about taking a break, taking a time out. I encourage you to do that, Virgo, if you can, while the sun is in Leo. So you got a month, you know, middle of July to middle of August, try to take a time out if you can. This is about healing on multiple levels. So whether it's physical, emotional, psychological, mental, and some of you I'm hearing even sexual. So I'll leave it at that too. 12th house is also about your hidden gifts, talents, and abilities and what you want to bring forward, right? Did I mention, yeah, also love, reassessing love and joy and what lights you up from the inside out, Virgo. So I covered off multiple things here. The sun in this area of life, Mercury retrograde, all of this is going to be coming up for some introspection and this new beginning. So I'm going to jump to this new moon here while we're talking about the 12th house. So this new moon on July the 24th, 2 degrees of Leo. Again, this doesn't technically touch anything in Virgo, but this is where your birth chart comes in. You know, if you have anything at 2 degrees, especially of the fixed signs, so Taurus, Scorpio, Leo, or Aquarius. So new moon, really well aspected, supported, I should say, by Saturn and Neptune. It is opposing Pluto, newly in your 6th house. So that could add in additional layers of work, duty. How are you being of service, whether you work or don't work? Something to do with pets and your personal health and well-being. Finances, I can see, could also be tied in here. Who are you financially tied to? Is it a business? Is it a person? Is it a marriage? Is it, you know, again, a person, place, thing, right? Neptune is bringing in the dream angle. What are your hopes, your wishes, your dreams? Or Neptune could be love. Again, that's where that, if you're tied to a marital partnership, right? What are your next steps? So this new moon being connected to these heavy hitters, and I'm sorry, I missed Uranus, making an opportunity aspect to Uranus newly in your 10th house of career, status, reputation, what you are known for, Virgo. Yeah, this new moon is going to run deep. It could be intense for some people. It could be, again, there's so much energy in your 12th house. I wouldn't be surprised if like thoughts, feelings, energies, even entities, I'm going to say, are coming to the surface. And my recommendation, Virgo, don't shove them down. Please do not shove them down. They are being brought up for a reason. This could be as simple as you got to smudge your spaces, you got to smudge your house, clean out the closets, get rid of the old junk, get rid of cobwebs. For you, for some reason, it's weird. I'm seeing spiders. I personally work with spiders in the spiritual realm, people. I do not play with spiders. But for you, I'm specifically seeing spiders. Now, this could be feminine energy. Spiders are actually female energy, feminine energy. So if you're a male watching this, that doesn't mean you're excluded here. It means that maybe you need to, it's maybe not about your yang energy. I think you got enough of that. If a spider shows up, literally or metaphorically, spiritually, whatever, it's about internal energy. That yin energy, that, you know, how do you receive, Virgo? So there is a reason why I'm seeing a spider in my mind's eye, not literally, okay? But it's about accepting that yin energy, accepting that feminine receiving energy, and how you're going to utilize that. Anyway, I went off on a tangent there for a second. Whatever this is for you, Virgo, you're planting those seeds of intention of setting yourself up for success for the long haul. Again, it's connected to your 6th house. It's connected to your 8th house of finances. It's connected to your career or retirement or again, the future planning and your personal belief systems. And spirituality, if you're interested in that kind of stuff. And this could be about your hidden gifts, talents, and abilities, and it's time to bring them out. It's time to incorporate them into your day-to-day, your business, your job, your career, whatever. Okay. Now, let's jump to the full moon in Capricorn. And I like this full moon because it is touching, making aspects to you, Virgo. This one's visible to you, where the new moon in Leo is more invisible to you because it's beside you, so you can't quite see it. This one is visible. This is an ending, a culmination point in your 5th house. 5th house is a much lighter house. It's about joy, and it's about pleasure, and it's about fertility, and children, and grandchildren, and love affairs, and dating, and romance, and sex, creativity, self-expression, birthing something. Could be literal, like pregnancy, or again, something creative is trying to be birthed from you, from your mind, from your soul, from your gut, so to speak. Like, what is your gut instinct telling you when I say that to you? What comes to mind? That might give you an idea. This is about, could also be about like gambling and entertainment and things like that. Hobbies could be on the forefront too. Again, think endings though, endings, culmination point. This full moon is being supported by Mars in your 1st house, the South Node in your 1st house, and also the North Node in your 7th house. So for those of you that are single, this could be a relationship, putting yourself out there, getting uncomfortable and putting yourself out there, or I'm hearing putting yourself back out there. For those of you that, you know, maybe ended a relationship at some point. For those of you that are connected, marriage or otherwise, I would say bring the spark back. Utilize this full moon energy to reignite that flame if you need to. But regardless, I would still do something with your partner. Because with the nodes involved, this is like dusted with like fate, destiny. I love this energy for all of us. But for you, it's personal, Virgo. Because you got Mars in your sign, you got the South Node there. But extra emphasis on letting something go. Gut check yourself, let something go in this area of life. Now, I'm not saying let go of a grandchild or let go of a kid. But it could be that age where you have to let them go. They want to spread their wings. They want to move across the country and start their life. Right? Could be about that. Could be about letting go and letting them move on because now it's their time, right? That's just one example. Could be this full moon also could be about a friendship. Endings, culminations with networking, friendship circles, groups, memberships, people you hang out with. Something to do with an older sibling too. Endings with an older sibling. Or I mean endings in their life, like endings, new beginnings with their situation possibly. Gains, again, gains from the career could be coming in. Monetizing your side hustle, if I didn't already say that. And let's see here. Possibly new work, I'm going to say too. Possibly new work or new clients coming your way too, Virgo. Okay, let's jump to Mars in your first house. So this is definitely get up and go type of energy. So you might have a bit of a push-pull, a push-pull mentality this month. We talked about that 12th house and, you know, solitude and getting rest and things like that, taking care of yourself. But Mars in the first house really wakes you up and makes you go after what it is that you want. I love Mars in the earth signs. It's about being, well, especially in your sign, it's about being logical, rational, hardworking, no more talking, no more dreaming, no more blah, 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 blah. Let's just get to work and see this through. This is seeing something from start to end. Yeah, this is also perfectionism at its finest. So also watch out for that, because that can be a double-edged sword, right? Mars is a double-edged sword, so do watch out for that type of energy. You are on point, Virgo, but be mindful where you point your sword. You know what I mean? Because you'll be very sharp, and some people can't take that, right? Let's be honest. Some people cannot take that blunt energy, right? So white glove situations if you have to this month. Again, coming into contact with that South Node. This is about, could be about something to do with your identity that we talked about, kind of talked about there with your 12th house. Your diet, nutrition, routines. This could be about a job. This could be about work. This could be about clients. This could be about a financial situation, financial resources with a partner or partnership. This could even be about devices, because Mars rules your third house too. So this could be about transportation, devices, how you get around, things like that. But I think this is personal to you, Virgo. This is about you, something about your identity, something about how you present yourself, your status, your reputation, what you're known for. It could be about a relationship, you guys, but I also don't want to scare you. Like it would have to resonate with you. If you're happily married, don't worry about it. If you're happily in a job, don't worry about it. By the way, that's going to change though. With Uranus at the top of your sky, it's got to change. Unless you're watching for your sun sign, but I mean, even if you are, this isn't your true 10th house. But I mean, once Uranus squares your sun, yeah, you're going to be changing careers, hands down, if you are working. But this could be about a partnership in business, love, marriage, anything to do with signing on the dotted line, kind of like signing your life away. This could have some sort of relationship to that. But again, extra emphasis, focus on endings this month versus new beginnings. It doesn't mean you can't have a new beginning this month though, Virgo. So I know I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth, but I'm just talking about the possibilities, right? So if the endings don't resonate, maybe the endings already happened, right? And then now this month is about new beginnings. Because at the end of the day, Mars is still opposing the North Node, bringing in something new in that 7th house area of life where you have these eclipses, right? But regardless, this is personal to you. That's my point. It's going to impact you in some way, shape, or form, whether it's your image, whether it's your identity, your status, your health and well-being, how you're taking care of your vessel, so to speak, Virgo. Now, Venus at the top of your sky, I like Venus in the 10th house. First of all, if you're single, you could attract in new love through work, on the work front, or through a client, or like hanging out with friends. This is kind of like social butterfly energy. That could be a possibility. This could be about, again, money, gains coming your way. Ask for a raise, ask for a promotion, go after a promotion, go after a new set of clients, advertise yourself, market yourself. Jupiter is also helping you with that over the next year. It's not about July, it's about the whole year ahead. But Venus in particular in the 10th house, she's going to be here all month long. She's going to make you look attractive on the work front. But she could also bring in change on the work front as well. She could challenge you to step outside your comfort zone, especially being so close to Uranus right off the hop. She's electrifying this area of life. So this could be about work, this could be about beauty, this could be about upgrades in the job front, new clients coming your way, lining your pockets. That's definitely this transit. Wherever she goes, she brings in love and money and beauty and harmony. She could also bring in travel for you, Virgo. Travel, foreign shores, foreign lands, foreign cultures, anything global, anything international, educational pursuits, religion, spirituality, your belief systems, people at a distance, relationships at a distance, clients at a distance could also be coming in here as well. Otherwise, Virgo, beautiful month ahead for each and every one of us. I love July. Yes, Mercury retrograde, that might throw a wrench in things. So again, just double, triple check everything, especially if you're traveling this month. But otherwise, yeah, a really, I think, again, I'm an optimist. I think a wonderful month ahead, you guys. So enjoy, and we'll see you back here in August. Bye for now. Hey, Libra, welcome to July. Let's talk about where I think your focus will be for some of the month ahead. So the sun is still moving through your 10th house of career, work, status, reputation. So reputation status could be tied to also your relationship status, Libra, because hey, if you're watching for your sun, moon, rising, part of your purpose is all about relationships, those one-to-one connections. And that could be through love, could be through work, it could be through how you are being of service, Libra. So that's what I mean about status. So this could also be connected to relationships, could also be connected to home, family, foundation. You as a parent as well could be in focus this month, or your parents or your grandparents, for example. Now, once the sun moves into your 11th house of Leo, this is about older siblings, or I should say this could be about older siblings, friendship circles, groups, networking, people that you rub shoulders with, people that you connect with, either on a day-to-day basis or again, connections through work. This is about community. This is about your role in memberships, groups, affiliations, people that you hang out with. This is also the house of gains. So gains and attractions coming through the 10th house into the 11th house. I'm more so thinking about monetary gains, but it could also be professional gains as well, right? Like looking good in the boss's eye, or looking good for a set of clients, for example. Doing the right thing, like doing good deeds, I'm also thinking as well. 11th house is also putting focus on your hopes, your wishes, your dreams. This is about social media. This is your website, your internet presence. If you do have an internet presence, again, networking is big here. The future. This is setting your long-term commitments and goals. The 11th house is about what supports you, what lifts you up, and what lights you up, Libra. So with all that said, you have a lot of energy coming into this Leo house. So first of all, you have Mercury retrograde here. So Mercury is going to be here for 2 months, Libra. So guess what? All that stuff I just rambled off, those are the areas of life where he's going to be asking you to reassess, readjust something in this area of life. Also, for those of you that do work with people one-on-one, like if you are a leader, if you are a storyteller, if you work with children, if you're a public speaker, if you're a trainer or a coach, excellent, excellent, excellent transit for you, Libra. Toastmasters, anything to do with public speaking is really, really, really good with this transit. Now, do watch out for hiccups because, you know, Mercury retrograde, but I'm just thinking for those of you practicing or training, trying to polish your skill set when it comes to communication, public communication, public speaking, leadership skills, anything like that that you're trying to polish, it's going to be excellent for the next 2 months ahead. So love this energy for you. Now I'm going to bounce around a bit here just so I don't repeat myself and drive you nuts. You also have a new moon here. So you have a new moon in here, July 24th, give or take a day or two, depending on where you are on the planet. So brand new beginnings in this 11th house area. So all the stuff I rambled off, older siblings, friends, groups, networking, professional associations, personal associations. Again, your role within these groups of affiliations, associations, friendship circles, whatever the case may be. Your hopes, your wishes, your dreams, social media, the internet, putting yourself out there. There's a new beginning happening here, Libra. And this new beginning is going to stand the test of time because this new moon is really well aspected by Saturn and Neptune in your 7th house. It is opposing Pluto in your 5th house, and it's making an opportunity to Uranus newly in your 9th house. So this is good news, Libra, definitely good news. Communication, putting yourself out there, long distance trips, traveling, educational pursuits, learning something new, romance, dating, self-expression, creative projects, pregnancy, children, family, grandchildren, business relationships, your client base. This is impacting multiple areas of life for you, Libra. So set those new moon wishes, intentions, if you're interested on or around the 24th of July. Usually I say it'll manifest in 6 months. Could be sooner, could be later, but regardless, this new beginning that's just getting started this month, Libra, is going to stand the test of time because Uranus and Neptune and Saturn and Pluto are involved. And this experience is also going to be really transformational. For those of you single looking to meet someone new, it could be full on. I can see you meeting somebody internationally. I can see you meeting somebody locally. I can see you meeting somebody at work. Yeah, really anywhere, Libra. So again, don't be an armchair astronaut here. I'm sure you've heard me say this before, unless you're new here. I'm not a big believer of princess or prince charming just showing up at your doorstep, okay? I'm not a believer in that. So I apologize if that's what you're expecting me to say. I'm about the universe will take 10 steps towards you if you get outside your doorstep and start moving the chessboard pieces around the board. Meaning, if you start putting yourself out there, asking the universe for what you want, focus on what you want, not what you don't want. Don't make a laundry list of, you know, he can't be this and she can't be that and blah, blah. No, Libra. Just focus on what you want. And the universe will deliver. The universe will do its best to line up the pieces for you, line up the stars for you. This is a good example of this new moon. And again, if you're not interested in love and it's more business, then take that as business. Put yourself out there. Really nice energy coming in. Your 9th house, your 11th house, your 7th house, Libra. Like, I'm very excited for each and every one of you to utilize this energy for the long haul, okay? So some of you, it may not manifest this month. It may not manifest next month. But it will manifest at some point when you least expect it, especially when we have triggers around 2 degrees of Leo, Aquarius, Taurus, Scorpio, or even, again, Aries or Gemini or Sagittarius. It'll trigger this point in the chart, right? And of course, if you have 2 degrees of Libra, this is going to add in additional layers. So if it's your moon, it could be about home, family, foundation, children. If it's your sun sign, it's your career. If it's your rising sign, it's about you. It's your identity. It could be about your image. Again, your status, your relationships in business or in love. Or it could be something to do with one of your parents as well, with the sun and the moon involved. So anyway, Libra, take what resonates, leave the rest. But beautiful new moon energy coming in this month. Now I'm going to jump to the full moon. I'm going to back up to July the 10th. Again, give or take a day or two. This is a really nice lunation. Now I know Capricorn, like, you're a cardinal energy. So Capricorn does square you, Libra. But again, this is just an extra oomph, extra emphasis on endings and new beginnings. So this is at the foundation of your sky, Libra. So this is moving. This is changes to your residence, possibly. People moving out of the home, people moving into the home, maybe buying, selling property. This could be about retirement, thoughts of moving into retirement, plans to move into retirement, or moving into retirement. This could also be about your career, because it is shining a spotlight upstairs to your 10th house. So this could be about, again, endings and new beginnings on the career front, work front, bosses changing, changes in the work environment, maybe you as a leader or authority figure or manager. There could be changes here on that front. Changes to do with you as a parent or one of your parents. Changes to mother, father, authority figures in your life, again, including bosses and maybe even grandparents as well. Renovations, if you've been renovating your home, maybe they're done now, or they should be coming to some sort of culmination point or light at the end of the tunnel. The past could be coming back around, especially friends from the past might be coming back around this month as well, Libra. Or old networking, like old people that you worked with, or bosses, or just people from the past that you worked with might come back around. Friends might come back around as well. I'm just thinking the Mercury retrograde. Forgive me, I know I'm bouncing around as I hear things and see things. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna spit it out here for you guys. So regardless, the lunations this month are really well aspected. This full moon does put extra emphasis on an ending, with Mars in your 12th house of endings and new beginnings and cleaning out the closet, Libra. That's what I think this full moon in Capricorn is about. And if I didn't already mention this, it could be endings on the career front, endings on the work front as well. I'm going to put that out there too. Okay. Also could be about, Libra, like cutting, ending, severing, something to do with your diet as well, with Mars in your 12th house. But anyway, you know what, I'll jump to that right now while I'm thinking about that. So Mars scratching around in your 12th house. This is always an interesting transit. First of all, Mars here is going to help you get into a regular sleep routine. So if you've had difficulty sleeping, Libra, get the help you need. Okay, I'm not pushing medication or anything like that, but maybe some of you need that kind of assistance where you need something to put you to sleep. I would just encourage you to not get dependent on that. Try to find ways naturally to fall asleep, naturally to calm the nervous system, whether it's yoga, journaling, reading an old school book, not on your phone, okay? Don't like the light, or turn down the blue light on your device. Every single device, I think, has that feature now where you can turn down the dial. But it's about getting into a solid routine of downtime. Maybe you need some solitude. Maybe you need a break. Maybe you need to take care of your vessel. Again, this could be about health and well-being. This could be about cutting, ending, severing those not so good habits, right? We all have them, right? Whether it's drinking or smoking or pill popping or sugary sweets, or I don't know, whatever it is, Libra, you pick your poison and try to cut and sever it this month. It would be a good month to do it, especially with the South Node here and the full moon making an aspect to the South Node Mars. This would be a good time to let it go. Big transit about letting go of the past, Libra. Let go of the past once and for all. Ancestry, childhood wounding, childhood memories. Excellent time to work with a psychologist, because I know easier said than done. Mars, if anything bubbles up from the past, the surface, the gremlins, the demons, Mars in here is going to shake up your closet. Mars is going to bring the critters out. So if anything bubbles up, Libra, just know it's coming up for a reason. Please don't shove it down. This is not the transit to shove, 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 keep shoving it down, because it's going to come out in ugly ways, my friends. It's going to show up in illnesses in the body. 12th house is psychosomatic illnesses. I would know all about it. I have them myself. I have a loaded 12th house All the illnesses and diseases I have right now, I manifested them. That's what that 12th house does. And now that I'm aware of that, I can slowly start letting that go and noticing the cycle, right? Mars in the South Node in here could be doing the same thing to you, Libra. So anything that comes up, please do me a favor. If anything this month, acknowledge it, heal it, let it go, and work with a practitioner, a healer, a Reiki master, a shaman, a doctor, a physician, a naturopathic doctor, a counselor, a therapist, somebody that can move this out of your body. Because it could be literal, or it could be, like I said, just it could be something to do with subconscious, right? Something deep into the subconscious. Another thing is past life regression. If you're into that, maybe check that out too. That will help you let go of things and DNA structures from the old past, like things that you've been carrying into this lifetime that aren't even yours. They're yours, but they're from a past time frame that you need to cut and sever. So I hope that kind of makes sense. But Mars in here is awakenings, it is endings, it's undoings, it's solitude, it's reflection, it's getting healthy, it's getting motivated to end something once and for all. This could also be about a relationship, Leo. Mars does rule your 7th house of relationships. This could quite simply be about a relationship to a boss, to a company, to a marital partnership. Something needs to, a contract, something needs to be cut and sever once and for all, because it's connected to the North Node and the South Node. So this is fate, destiny stepping in here as well. Whatever you're letting go of, it's faded. 12th house is also about your hidden gifts, talents, and abilities as well. That's trying to come to the surface. Okay. Now let's jump to your ruler, Venus. She is now in your 9th house. So 9th house is pushing yourself outside of your comfort zone. This could be, again, if I didn't already mention it, finding love at a distance. I think I mentioned that. So for those of you that are single, again, you could be connected to somebody online, especially with Venus close hand in hand with Uranus. This could be a financial aspect too, Libra, just to put it out there. This is money coming into your hands, benefits coming into your hands from a connected partnership. So whether this is in business or in love, you could be getting a cash payout, a money payout, a separation payout, money that was owed to you, taxes, debts, loans, a partner, whatever the case. I'm also hearing something to do with a child. Maybe a child's paying you back. Money could be coming towards you. Government, loans, money coming in from clients, money that's owed to you from a client could be coming in too. That should be the start of the month though, when these two planets are like hand in hand. Nice energy to have in your 8th house. I can also see it going the other way though, and going like buying something big, like a mortgage, like a big loan coming in, a car loan, mortgage, property loans. You know, I can see you going into debt as well, Libra, but I mean, sometimes debt is not a bad thing, like a business loan, a mortgage, you got to get a new vehicle or upgrade your vehicle or something like that, right? Educational loan, going back to school, especially with Uranus in the 9th house. But anyway, this could be a financial benefits coming your way, but it could also be love coming your way too, Libra. So 9th house is also about religion, spirituality, philosophy. It is the house of the gods, so it could be downloads, insights as well, belief systems, educational pursuits, again, upgrading that skill set to take into the 10th house and monetize it, or bringing in benefits in some way, shape, or form. Publishing, writing, articulating yourself, public speaking, things like that. Writing a book. Anything to do with putting yourself out there, Libra. Social media. Your social media presence, things like that could be really beneficial for you this month. Otherwise, Libra, that's all I wanted to talk about this month. If you wanted to learn more about Uranus and Gemini, Jupiter and Cancer, Saturn, Neptune and Aries, check out all my links down below. I have made separate videos about all of these slower moving planets because they definitely deserve their own separate videos, and I dive into a lot more detail than what I just covered off today. So enjoy the month ahead, Libra, and we'll see you back here in August. Bye for now. Hey, Scorpio, welcome to July, and let's have a look at where I think your focus will be for the month ahead. So let's start with the sun. The sun is still lighting up and illuminating your 9th house. So this is the house of, I call it the gods, and you do have Jupiter in here as well for an entire year. So check out the links below if you want to learn more about Jupiter and Cancer, Uranus and Gemini, Saturn and Neptune in your 6th house of Aries. I have separate videos about all of these heavy hitters that moved into new territory in 2024 and 2025. So back to your 9th house. Religion, spirituality, your belief system, Scorpio. Educational pursuits, publishing, book writing, putting yourself out there, anything to do with foreign lands, foreign shores, foreign cultures, long distance trips, long distance traveling could be in focus this month. Also, 9th house is legal matters, legal battles as well. Focus could be in that area of life as well. Now, once the sun moves into Leo, Scorpio, you have a packed house here. You have a new beginning here. You have Mercury retrograde here, and you have the sun moving into this 10th house on the 22nd of July, give or take a day or two, depending on where you are on the planet. Now, what is the 10th house? It's about your career, your reputation, your status, what you're known for, whether you're working or not. It's your public image. It's your long-term commitments and goals. Again, whether it's in retirement, plans for retirement, or plans for your career, depending on your age. 10th house is about the legacy that you want to leave behind. It's about authority figures, including yourself, Scorpio. If you are a leader, authority figure, own your own business, manager, supervisor, whatever the case may be. This could also be about bosses, the people that you work for, possibly, or the company that you work for. And this could also be about you as a parent, if you are a parent, or about mother, father, authority figures in your life. So keep that in mind. That not only is the focus this month, but you have a new beginning here. So I'm going to jump around a little bit here, so forgive me, but I just don't want to repeat myself because I know that'll drive you nuts. So Mercury retrograde here for 2 months, you guys. Mercury is going to be here for 2 months at the top of your sky. And technically all these Leo placements do square your Scorpio placements. So this is extra oomph and extra emphasis on you personally, or something to do with your relationships, whether in business, love, or something to do with home, family, foundation, place of living. So keep that in mind because the big angles impact multiple areas of life. So Mercury is going to be asking you to reassess something that I just rambled off there. Career, reputation, status. I also just heard social media, which we'll get to with Mars and the South Node in your 11th house. So something here needs to be reassessed. For those of you that are like public speakers, going to Toastmasters, storytellers, this is a very outgoing, passionate placement for Mercury, especially at the top of your sky. So you're going to have a presence with your speech, Scorpio. But do watch what you say because, you know, Mercury is going backwards. I don't see this as a negative transit. I'm thinking for those of you that are working on your public speaking skill set or leadership skill set, or again, learning something new, maybe polishing this skill set, excellent, excellent time to do it. Like Toastmasters, excellent time to sign up in July. And then by the end of August into September, you'll be able to, your speech will be able to bring in benefits towards you. Could be monetary, but it could also be, you know, getting brownie points with the boss, getting that big client finally. If you're a mentor, a coach, a teacher, again, benefits coming towards you, which is very, very, very positive. Okay, so that's Mercury retrograde. Now, you also have a new moon here, brand new beginning. If you have anything 2 degrees of Scorpio, you're going to feel this one. If it's your sun sign, it could be to do with your career. If it's your moon sign, could be something to do with a new beginning on the home family front. If it's your rising, identity, relationships, going from single to common law to marriage, or vice versa. Common law or married to divorced and single. Now, if you're happily married, you guys, this doesn't include you. Again, this is a general reading. So take what resonates, leave the rest. I'm not saying all of you are going to get divorced. I'm not saying all of you, your relationships are going to end. I'm just putting it out there. That's a possibility with all this energy in your 10th house, because 10th house is also status, meaning, what do you do for a living? Are you retired? Do you work? Are you a stay-at-home parent? Are you married? Are you single? Are you common law? Are you in a throuple? That's what I mean by status, and that lies in your 10th house. So again, spotlight, focus, reassessments, readjustments, new beginnings in this area of life, Scorpio. So, a very important new beginning, being supported by Saturn and Neptune in your 6th house of work, of being of service, health and well-being, your pets. It is opposing Pluto downstairs in your 4th house, so I have no doubt this is going to be a transformational experience, and it's going to impact your home, your place of living, or it could, and this could be tied to your finances, your joint finances and assets with Uranus newly in your 8th house. And again, this is about shared assets and resources with somebody else, whether it's a partner in love or business. Very important new moon, Scorpio, because it's going to stand the test of time with Saturn, Neptune, Pluto, and Uranus involved. And I love this for you because it's at the top of your sky. So honestly, to me, this is quite fortunate for you. Yes, it's making a square to all your big angles, but it's a life-changing aspect. So anyway, I'm an optimist, so I always look at these aspects as positive. Squares are not a bad thing. I like squares because they actually make us move. We are not armchair astronauts when these squares come along. It's time to put your thoughts, your wants, your wishes, your dreams into action, bring them into reality with this new moon. So lots of energy at the top of your sky. If you ever wanted to change jobs, switch jobs, now is the time to start putting yourself out there. Yeah, Mercury retrograde, there could be some hiccups, but this could be jobs coming back around, jobs that you applied to that you thought just fell in the black hole. Suddenly they come back around. Maybe you interviewed for a job and they called you and said you don't get it, but then all of a sudden they call you within the next 2 months and say, yeah, you got the job because the other candidate fell through, or the other candidate declined, or the other candidate didn't show up. Yeah, so this could be gains coming back around, Scorpio, in your career sector. Now, moving along to the full moon in Capricorn. So this is happening on July 10th. Again, give or take a day or two, depending on where you are. This is shining a spotlight on your education access, Scorpio. Could be a change of residence, because this is 3rd house is community, like changes to your community, to your local environment. So it could be changes on the home front. I'm going to put it out there, or changes in the neighborhood. This is also the house of siblings and cousins and neighbors and relatives and extended family members. So maybe changes in their lives. And again, think ending, culmination point. Full moons are endings, not so much new beginnings, but it could also be a new beginning. This is the mind. This is how you digest information, chew on information. This could be about going back to school, or thoughts of going back to school, or finishing up school. Something to do with skills, talents, abilities. Transportation, so buying, selling, getting a new vehicle, or changes to how you get around. This is social media. This is your internet presence, your website, and this is short distance traveling. This could also be long distance though, because it's putting a spotlight up in that 9th house that we talked about. So this could also be about foreign shores, foreign lands, foreign cultures, long distance, like far, far, far away from you, especially with Jupiter upstairs here too. That could be coming in as well. Okay, so those are the lunations this month. Now, let's see here. Also, sorry, the full moon is well supported by your ruler, Scorpios, Mars in your 11th house. So emphasizing cut and sever something. Also, yeah, sorry, they're chattering to me. Anyway, let's jump to Mars in your 11th house. Now that I'm thinking about it. So Mars in this area of life, you want to go after your passions, your wishes, your hopes, your wishes, your goals, your long-term commitments. You're very like laser focused, Scorpio, to put something into motion. And you're like, I'm going to get it done. This is the get it done transit. This is no more talking, no more bullshit. This is like just getting it done. Putting your fingernails in the soil. Let's go. It's go time. And it's time to see it through. This is putting in the work. Now, Mars in this area of life, though, he's coming into contact with that South Node. So something needs to be let go in this area of life. So it could be a mindset. Letting go, Scorpio, of how you talk to yourself. Mindset. Letting go of a friendship group, circle, association, affiliation, professional, personal networking. Cutting ties with that person. Cutting ties with that affiliation, association. Just because you just don't need them anymore. You don't need that connection anymore. Or it could be about distancing yourself from a friend. Because Mars in here, I'm going to be honest with you, Scorpio, it could cause irritation, inflammation in the 11th house. So this could be some conflicts, some disagreements with friends, networking, associations, affiliations, and siblings as well. Usually older siblings, but it could also be siblings the same age as you or young, or any sibling. I'm going to put it out there. It's a general reading. It really could be any sibling. This could also be changes in your siblings' lives. I'm going to say that as well, because again, we talked about that full moon in your 3rd house. This might not be about you. This could be about them, like changes in their lives, relatives, cousins, neighbors, things like that. This could also be about letting go of a dream, something that you've been working towards and it's just not working. It's like pushing a rock uphill. It's like maybe you need to let go of something, Scorpio, and revitalize it, they're saying. Like relook at it, reassess it, mutate it, transform that goal into something that's going to work for you. This could also be about dating, romance dating, people coming in. I can definitely see that as well, with Venus being in the 8th house and Mars being in the 11th house and the North Node being in your 5th house, I'm thinking. So this could be an activation of meeting somebody new, seeing someone new. Not for all of you, okay? Just for those of you that are looking to meet someone new, the possibility is definitely there as well. You might get in bed with this person really quick. So, I mean, I'm talking to Scorpio here. I mean, you ooze sexuality, okay? So I know that doesn't scare you to get into bed with somebody like on the first date or after the first date, right? I see that as a possibility. If it does happen, anybody that you meet, I'm going to say it's like dusted with fate here. Is it going to last for the long haul? That's the question. I would have to see your birth chart, but I can't see that. They're not showing me that. I can't see it in the chart either because this is just a general reading. But anybody that you meet, it's fated. Let's just put it that way. So it doesn't mean it's good or it's bad. It's just fated. There's like a connection, possibly a past life connection between you both. That could be a possibility as well. And yeah, I must have mentioned endings and new beginnings on the work front, right? Oh yeah, we talked about that. So I know sometimes the messages just flow in and out just like super fast, Scorpio, so forgive me. Okay, so there's Mars. Lastly, I wanted to talk about Venus in your 8th house. Now, okay, we talked enough about endings and new beginnings with relationships. So that's definitely a possibility with Mars and Uranus traveling together from the final degrees of your 7th house into your 8th house. I'm going to be honest with you, Scorpio, for those of you separating with someone, yeah, this is definitely the culmination point and ending. Or this could go the other way of suddenly meeting somebody new and fresh. I can see you dating people in secret, you having sex with somebody else in secret. That's a possibility too. And it's quick, right? Like this person, like I mentioned, could come in out of the blue, or you could already know them. Maybe you've already been dating this person in secret. That could be a possibility too. Anyway, Venus in the 8th house, really good for money, lining your pockets. This is about, again, shared assets, resources, benefits coming in through your partner, through your business, through your client base. Like, how does money flow to you, Scorpio? You should get a bit of a bump this month, a little uptick this month of money coming towards you, or money coming towards your partner, which benefits you in some way, shape, or form. Again, wherever Venus goes, she attracts love and money. So we already talked about the relationship aspect. If you are connected to someone, like if you're happily married, happily in a common law relationship, happily dating someone, really good aspect for that sexual intimacy with your partner. Definitely really nice energy. But it might not be, it may or may not be like that really deep, passionate sex that you're craving and looking for. It might be a little bit lighter. Nothing wrong with that. Like I mentioned in the first part of the video, do a walking date, get out, camp, get out in nature, do a day trip somewhere. Like spend time with them that way, spend time with each other in the car, have sex in the car, I don't know. You know, things like that. Scorpio is what I can see with Venus in the 8th house, and your 8th house is ruled by Gemini. So it's about kind of keeping it lighter. Not so much, it doesn't have to be so intense and deep all the time. It can be like fun. You know, it's like bringing the fun back into your relationships. But yeah, really good for, you know, mortgages, loans coming through. If you need an educational loan, things like that, that could be all coming through. A tax break coming your way, tax money coming your way. Like I said, clients paying you, you attracting clients. It's just money flowing to you or benefiting you in some way, shape, or form, Scorpio. Yeah, really nice energy coming in here. All right, Scorpio, that is about it. And if you want to learn more, like I said, about Uranus in your 8th house, check out the link in the description box below. I made separate videos about all these heavy hitters moving into brand new territory, and they deserve their own stage. So dive into those videos if you're interested. Enjoy the month ahead, and we'll see you back here in August. Bye for now. Hey, Sagittarius, welcome to July. Let's talk about where I think your focus will be for the month ahead. So the sun is still moving through your 8th house. This is other people's resources and finances, joint finances, assets, property, business prospects, things like that, mortgages, taxes, debts, loans, Sag. So that could somehow be in the spotlight still this month, or the spotlight could be on your partner's finances and resources, not so much about you, but maybe about your partner and how money is flowing to them in some way, shape, or form, which should get a big boost, by the way, over the next year with Jupiter in this area of life as well. Yeah, for those of you who own a business, run a business, tax breaks, focus on taxes, mortgages, getting a loan if you need a loan, consolidating your debt. Anything to do with transformation, psychological, the subconscious, working with counselors, healers, therapists, going deep, digging deep about the issues, drilling down, investigating what is really going on in, you fill in the blank, right? It could be with a relationship, in business, in work, something to do with the home front. It's about going deep and figuring sort of that out. Intimacy, fear, power, control could also be top of mind this month as well. Anything that bubbles up, Sag, that you don't want to look at, it's coming up for a reason. Heal it, acknowledge it, heal it, let it go. There we go. Easier said than done. So like I said, work with a practitioner if you need to kind of let that go. If anything not so good bubbles up to the surface, it's being asked to release it once and for all. Now, once the sun moves into Leo, this is a full house. You have a new beginning here. You have Mercury retrograde here for 2 months. Well, you have Mercury in here for 2 months, let's put it that way, but also retrograde. So there's going to be some reassessments here. And the sun is also bringing in heat, light, vitality. Now, what I love about this, Sag, is all this energy is pouring in harmonious energy into your first house. It doesn't mean it's going to be a cakewalk, though, because for those of you that are doing any sort of traveling this month or next month, pack your patience. That's all I'm going to say, because Mercury retrograde in the travel houses, which is the 3rd house, 9th house, this can be a pain in the butt. I'm going to be honest with you. So double, triple check your itineraries, expect delays. And if you don't get delays, then bonus. Paperwork, citizenship might go sideways, or again, hiccups. Like you missed something on your application. And then they send it back to you like 3 weeks later. And then you're like, oh my God. And then you send it back and it takes a billion weeks to get there. Like just delays in the mail system. Anything to do with transportation, planes, trains, automobiles, expect delays, expect hiccups. I would say, Sag, bring in that beautiful humor of yours and laugh it off. Because at the end of the day, we can't control Mercury retrograde. Anyway, let me get back to this 9th house here. Religion, spirituality, legal matters, anything to do with the justice system or law or dealing with the law, higher education, learning something new, pushing yourself outside of that comfort zone, teaching, mentoring, coaching, book publishing, writing, long distance trips, long distance traveling, anything to do with foreign lands, foreign shores, foreign cultures, reaching a higher, wider audience. This is the house of the gods after all, Sag. This is your house, by the way. You have a flavor of the 9th house. Ethics, belief systems, dealing with people all over the globe, dealing with people from all walks of life. So with all that rambled off, this is where the sun is going to put your focus for, well, the last half of July and into August. Mercury retrograde is going to ask you to reassess something in this area of life. Redo something in this area of life. And this new moon is asking you to start fresh. This is a brand new beginning in this area of life for you, Sag. Now, if you have anything at 2 degrees, this is going to add in an extra layer. So if it's your rising sign, this is your identity. This is to do with relationships, business partnerships, marital relationships, contracts, agreements, negotiations. If it's your sun, it could have something to do with your health and vitality, father figures in your life. If it's your moon, it's home, family, foundation. Sorry, sun could also be career. I forgot to mention that. New beginnings on the career front. Moon, new beginnings on the home front, or new beginnings with a mother or mother figure, female figure in your life, Sag. Now, this new moon is really well aspected by Saturn and Neptune in your 5th house, and Uranus newly in your 7th house. And what am I missing? Pluto, opposing Pluto in your 3rd house. So this new beginning, this fresh new beginning that's happening at the top of your sky, Sag, this is going to stand the test of time. For some of you, this is about your public image, like going big. Stop thinking small, going big, I'm hearing. Obviously, that's not for all of you, but I'm hearing that loud and clear for at least someone watching this, is stop thinking small. Stop listening to other people in your local vicinity that's putting you in a box, my friends. You are Sag. Nobody puts Sag in a box. Nobody puts Sag in a corner and says, well, you can't do that. You can't do that. You live in the middle of nowhere. You live in a small town. You can't do that. No. I'm being polite here. I'm like holding back a whole bunch of swear words right now. Because I can really feel some people are going through that. So anyway, I'm not going to lecture you like an old lady here, but I think you can catch my drift here. I'm going to say go big, think big, because that's what you're about, Sag. Anyway, this new moon is not just about manifestation this month or 6 months from now. Like I said, it's going to stand the test of time thanks to Saturn and Neptune and Pluto and Uranus. So liberation is involved here. Boundaries is involved here. Crystallizing your dreams is involved here. Love is involved here. Marriage, partnerships, transformation, big transformational stage. Why did I say stage? Change. I can see some of you on a stage. Maybe that's why. Like public speaking. Did I mention that earlier? Yeah, really good for Toastmasters, public speaking, practicing your leadership skills, practicing getting uncomfortable in front of an audience. Because again, I see you reaching a higher, wider audience, so you're going to have to get uncomfortable. Get comfortable with being uncomfortable, if that makes sense. But whatever this new beginning is that's starting this month, it is very deep, very transformational. And I can see it could be starting in your local community vicinity, and then you branch out to something bigger. Just incorporate that into whatever you're doing on a day-to-day. Could also be humanitarian efforts, something on a bigger, larger scale. Anyway, lots of energy in that 9th house, Sag, for you to take advantage of. And again, it's just lighting up all your firehouses, right? Very nice energy coming into you personally. Now I'm going to jump to the full moon in Capricorn. This is in a financial area of your sky, but think endings, culmination point. So wrapping up contracts, wrapping up work, wrapping up projects. Endings, culminations with how you spend money, how you earn money, how you make a living. So whether you're working or not working, think about that. How does money flow to you or come to you? This could be buying, selling property, real estate, material possessions. Talents, abilities, your skill set also lands in the 2nd house as well. Sag, this might not even be about you. This full moon might be about your partner because it's shining a spotlight up in that 8th house. So this could be about, like I mentioned with the sun, taxes, debts, loans, deep psychological change, big life shifts and changes in your partner's lives, whether this is in business or in love, anybody you are in bed with, literally or metaphorically speaking. Joint accounts, joint bank accounts, again, joint finances, joint assets, joint property. So it could be yours, or it could be, again, you're in bed with, you fill in the blank, joint resources with another person. Mortgages, debts, loans, things like that. Could be, again, think endings. Could be new beginnings, endings and new beginnings, because they go hand in hand. But with this full moon being supported by Mars and the nodes of fate, whatever this is, it's meant to end. If it has to end, it has to end. And there's something new that's trying to come in towards you at this 4th house where the North Node is. And Mars at the top of your sky with the South Node is asking you to cut and sever this so you can bring in something new locally, in your local environment, your local vicinity, or something to do with, again, family, home, retirement, moving into retirement, letting go of a career, changing a career, going down to part-time, working from home, working with homes, ancestry, the past. So it could be a variety of things. But anyway, take what resonates, leave the rest, Sag. I'm just rambling off possibilities here. Now, let's jump to Mars at the top of your sky, because, you know, this can be scratchy with Mars squaring your energy, Sag. But again, there's always a reason for this when Mars reaches the top of our sky. It's like, is it time to let go of a career? As I mentioned, is it time to go down to part-time? Is it time to consider retirement? Is it time to leave the workplace? Is it time to start working for yourself? Also, bosses could be leaving. Like, this could be changes in the work environment, changes with people that you work with, changes with clients. Again, how do you earn a living? How does money flow to you? Are you working or not working? Now, if you're not working, this could be changes to parenthood, your children, your place of living, your status, your reputation, volunteering, the legacy that you want to leave behind. So again, apply this to your circumstances, Sag, however this resonates with you. But Mars in the South Node, this is an ending. Making an aspect to that full moon. Again, extra oomph this month on endings versus new beginnings. It doesn't mean new beginnings can't find their way to you, but it's rare that I see a month like this where it's like, again, Mars coming into contact with the South Node is rare, like I mentioned. You know, it only happens every 8 months or so. Well, sorry, every 8 months, then he comes into contact with the North Node, and then the next time he comes into contact with the South Node is going to be in Leo, in your 9th house. So to me, this is a big deal. Maybe some other folks don't think it's a big deal, but this is a very important angle of your chart. So something needs to end here at the top of your sky. Could also be about a parent, one of your parents. I'm not saying they're going to die, but again, maybe something needs to end in their lives. Maybe they need to transition into a home or a new living circumstance. Maybe they're going through their own struggles that you need to be that support system to. Maybe they become a bit of a burden. With the North Node, South Node, absolutely focuses on that 4th house of home, family, foundation. Maybe you have to let go of a career so you can take care of a parent or your family, or move into parenthood. Maybe you have to just put your career, your passions on the back burner for now, Sag. I don't see this as being permanent if this is the case. Because for some people, this is going to be permanent. But for those of you that are just hitting the pause button, yeah, I can see you focusing on your home, raising your kids, raising your family, building a home, building up security. That could be your focus versus trying to climb the corporate ladder. That could be a possibility as well. So again, it depends on your age, the stage you're in your life. This could manifest in so many different ways. This is also the transit of, okay, I've been a lawyer for the past 20 years. Now I'm going to open up my own clothing shop. I'm going to open up my own tanning salon. I'm going to open up my own, I'm going to start doing travel stuff, travel gigs, you know, tourism, things like that. This is a huge shift in your status and identity. I'm going to put it out there for some of you. This could be about changing your relationship status. So going from single to common law to single, married to single, married to whatever, married to a throuple, I don't know. If you're happily in a relationship, don't worry about it. I'm just saying for those of you that you know what I'm talking about, you feel me. You're like, okay, yeah, my relationship sucks. I want to get out of this relationship. Well, Mars at the top of the sky can help you with that too, because the 10th house is about our status, which is incorporated into our relationships, right? Oh, are you married? Are you single? You know, that kind of stuff. Okay, let's move to Venus. Venus in your 7th house, your opposite sign, along with Uranus. So, Sag, wherever Venus goes, she brings in benefits and love and money and beauty into this area of life. So this could be good news for your partner, actually, Sag. Could also be good news for you too, obviously. If you're single, this could definitely be meeting somebody new, because Venus and Uranus are traveling very closely together before Venus starts pulling away from Uranus. But they're at the final degree point there of Taurus in your 6th house of home. Okay, I don't know why I said home, but sure, I'll put it out there. But your 6th house is about work, I meant to say. Work, being of service. This is money coming in, clients coming in, changes in your diet, health routine coming in, something to do with your pets coming in, something wicked, rapid, chaos, change coming in, hot and heavy, quick. Something to do with friendship circles, something quick happening there, or siblings. Or again, how are you being of service, whether you're working or not? Something rapid, there's rapid change or rapid chaos coming in here. I don't mean that in a negative way. This is Uranus I'm describing. Uranus is chaos, change, breaking the rules, breaking the norm, breaking outside of the box, Sag. So it's not a negative transit, and it's not a positive transit. It's just a transit. It's how this is playing out in your chart. Now, Venus in the 7th house, again, if you're single, this could be obviously a relationship coming in, could be in love or business, could be a new friendship coming in, could be a new business associate coming in, or affiliation coming in, networking opportunities coming in, social media. This is like one of those transits, what do you call them? Like one-hit wonder transits, from a social media, I'm thinking, standpoint. Like quick fame or like instant fame, I'm thinking, Sag. Like reaching a wider audience really fast and like taking advantage of that, like marketing, advertising, putting yourself out there. And just benefits coming in, contracts, agreements, negotiations, money finding its way to you, signing on the dotted line that benefits you, Sag, could be coming in this month. So check out my videos in the description box below if you want to learn more about Uranus in Gemini, or Jupiter in Cancer, or Saturn, Neptune in Aries. I made separate videos about all these big transits because they deserve their own stage. So check that out below if you are interested. Otherwise, enjoy the month ahead, Sag, and we'll see you back here in August. Bye for now. Hey Capricorn, welcome to July, and let's start off with talking about where I think your focus is going to be for the month ahead. So Capricorn, the sun is still transiting your opposite sign of Cancer, your 7th house, for the first half of July. So this is putting a spotlight on your business relationships, anything to do with one-to-one relationships on the career front, on the business front, on the marital front, love relationships, contracts, agreements, negotiations. Again, anything to do with one-to-one connections with other people. Now, once the sun moves into your 8th house, this is, as you can see, a loaded house for you. And plus we have Mercury retrograde and we have a new beginning here. So 8th house is heavy, Capricorn. 8th house is deep psychological change, big life transformation or big life changes. This is about death and rebirth. I'm not saying you're going to die, Capricorn. So please don't ever take that as literal, okay? Death is really hard to predict, by the way, in the birth chart. But anyway, death and rebirth of something in this area of life, okay? Taxes, debts, loans, shared assets, shared finances, shared property. Who do you share bank accounts with? Who are you in bed with, literally or metaphorically? I'm also hearing psychologically. So I don't know if some of you are in a throuple or something, but you have some sort of connection from even a psychological standpoint, they're showing me. Property, inheritance. This is the shadow. This is working with the shadow, working with your triggers, Capricorn. Deep intimacy. What does intimacy mean to you? This is passion, being passionate about something or someone. This is the house of sex, fear, power, control. So yeah, Capricorn, kind of a heavy area of life. But again, this too shall pass, okay? This is not a transit that's going to last forever. I'm just saying this is where a lot of concentrated, important energy is this month. So you got to do the dirty work, they're saying. Anything that bubbles up, Capricorn, those memories, thoughts, again, feelings, emotions in the body, triggers, it's happening for a reason. And they are asking you to acknowledge it. Please do not push it down, Capricorn. This is not the month to push shit down, because trust me, they're going to keep coming up and up and up thanks to Mercury, okay? So if you do, I do see some of you pushing it down, so that's fine. You can try and do that. You could try, Capricorn. You can't hide, though. You can't hide from 8th house stuff. This shit is just going to keep coming up, my friends. It's like, I'm sorry to say, hey, I'm a Capricorn rising, by the way, so I'm laughing because I can resonate with this. I always push shit down. I'm a Capricorn moon. I constantly, no, don't want to deal with this shit. And then it comes out in unhealthy ways. And I'm like, oh, okay. I guess I asked for this. So anyway, Capricorn, that's what they're showing me. That's what they're reminding me of. So acknowledge it. Say thank you. Write it on a piece of paper. Burn it. Rip it up in a million pieces, throw it in the garbage, burn it, whatever. Or some of you, you got to put in the work. Shadow work, figure out the triggers, work with a therapist, work with a counselor. Do what you got to do to move this energy out of your body. Why? Because again, Mercury retrograde is going to bring this up. He's going to ask you to reassess this area of life. And again, maybe some of you, the psychological piece doesn't resonate. This would be about reassessing your finances. Again, reassessing who you are in bed with business or love or both. Where is your money going? Do you have money leaks? Can you clean up your taxes, your corporate taxes, reassessments, getting an accountant, finding pockets of money that you missed, following up with those clients and being like, hey, you owe me money. You know, something simple as that, right? So again, I'm just giving you examples, Capricorn. I definitely don't think it'll resonate 100% with all of you, but the point is Mercury going through here is going to just continue to bring stuff up until you resolve it or re-look at it. If you missed a dirty detail, Mercury is going to bring your attention to it. If you're signing on a dotted line, like with a new mortgage, new property, business, things like that, just double, triple check everything. And if you miss something, you miss something. It's going to come back around. So, I mean, Mercury retrogrades happen like 3 or 4 times a year. It's not the end of the world. It just means we're reassessing something in this area of life. Now, I'm going to jump to the new moon so I don't have to keep repeating myself about what the 8th house is. You have a new beginning here. 2 degrees of Leo. Now, Leo doesn't really see Capricorn. It's an inconjunct to Capricorn, but it doesn't mean you won't feel this. I can guarantee that. It doesn't mean you won't feel this. It might be just, again, subconscious, psychological. Maybe not literal, but it'll hit you in a different way, like through a thought or a feeling or an intuitive nudge, for example. So, new beginnings in this area of life, opposing Pluto, making a opportunity aspect to Uranus newly in your 6th house, and making a trine to Saturn, your ruler, and Neptune in your 4th house. So this new beginning, this fresh new start in the 8th house is definitely layered with transformation, with big life changes, wealth, Pluto, in your 2nd house, work, whatever you do for work. And if you don't work, this is about investments. This is about big money. It's not playing it small anymore. It's about big plans for the future, cashing out. Maybe not now, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next month, but this is in it for the long haul. This is putting investments towards real estate, property, place of living, home, family, foundation, your children, your grandchildren, and work, opportunities to make money, opportunities to be of service, humanitarian efforts. For those of you that are listening to this and you are wealthy, I encourage you to think about donating. Doesn't have to be money. It can be about your time. If you're retired, start making a difference in your local community. And I know you're probably thinking, well, I'm just one person, I can't do much. Trust me, they're encouraging you. This energy is encouraging you to think big, go big. So, very powerful new beginning this month, Capricorn. Like I said, something might not manifest right away, but just give it time, because Pluto, Saturn, Neptune, Uranus don't move fast. This is something that's like a 2-year transit that you'll reap the rewards later on down the road. Or this could be about your partner reaping rewards down the road. Maybe this isn't about you, it's about who you're connected with, because this is also inheritance as well. So maybe inheritance down the road or something like that. Like your parents or your business is setting you up for success for later on down the road. It could be that as well. Okay, let's jump to your full moon in Capricorn. So think back to December of 2024. I believe that's when we had a new moon in Capricorn. Or even, yeah, December 2024, November 2024 timeframe. Something could be coming to a culmination point or an ending or a letting go around July the 10th. If you have anything around 18 degrees of Capricorn, this is going to impact you personally. So if it's your rising sign, it could be about your identity. It could be connected to partnerships, marriage, business, one-on-one connections. If it's your sun sign, it's to do with your career, your reputation, your vitality, and health and well-being. Could be about father figures or bosses, or you as a boss, you as a leader, you as a business owner. If it's your moon, it's about your home family foundation. Your kids, your grandkids, your home life, your property, place of living, place of being, or mother. So again, endings. Endings and new beginnings, but this month is definitely riddled with focus on endings versus new beginnings, but it doesn't mean new beginnings can't find their way to us. Because, I mean, you can't have an ending without a new beginning, and you can't have a new beginning without an ending. So they do walk hand in hand. This could also put a spotlight on something to do with, again, your partnerships. Might not be about you, it might be about your business partnerships or your marital agreements or negotiations or contracts or reassessing something, contracts ending, new contracts coming in, clients finding their way to you in some way, shape, or form. This full moon is also well supported by the North and South Node, which I love, and Mars. And Mars helps us cut and sever something, Capricorn. Once and for all, like once and for all, something's got to end. And again, this definitely has to be personal to us, to Capricorn, because this is in your first house. And we usually only get this once a year, right? Once a year, we get a new moon and a full moon. Usually, sometimes we get 2 in it. Well, sorry, 3 in a year. But anyway. So cutting something, like something to do with your identity, could end once and for all. Your image, the way you dress, the way you look, your physical body, getting rid of something in your diet, your health that needs to change once and for all. Like I'm thinking like an elimination diet, right? Like sugar, sweets, dairy, eggs, something to do with like a food sensitivity or a food allergy or something. Cut it out of your diet once and for all, possibly. That's just an example for, for those of you that it resonates with. Okay, let's jump up to Mars here. Mars in your 9th house. So the 9th house is about legal situations, dealing with the law or legal battles that you've been going through. This is also about foreign lands, foreign shores, foreign cultures, like people that are at a distance from you, a great distance from you. This could be about traveling long distance as well. This could be about educational pursuits. like nose to the grindstone, learning something new, putting something into practice. So when Mars moves into your 10th house, you can put it into practice. This is about getting shit done, Capricorn. If you are a mentor, a teacher, a coach, this is really nice energy. Mars is going to make you very sharp, very perfectionistic, if that's a word, very determined to get something done in this area of life. Paperwork, immigration, citizenship, going after whatever it is that you want. But Mars is a double-edged sword. So if there's anything in this house that you need to cut and sever, which I think you do have to let something go here, Capricorn, because it's coming into contact with that South Node. So a legal issue finally ending, your paperwork finally coming through. Again, something to do with an elimination diet could also be possible as well. A belief system that needs to go. How you talk to yourself needs to go. Religion, spirituality, shifts, changes in that area of your life. I don't know, cutting ties with somebody at a distance. Mars rules your 11th house of friendships, affiliations, networking, socializing. You know, something needs to cut and sever here. Publishing, teaching, traveling. If you are traveling, Capricorn, do be careful. I'd say be careful moving about. Mercury retrograde, Mars in the 9th house can bring arguments. So yeah, especially if you're traveling somewhere foreign that you're not familiar with, just be careful moving about, I would say, because you're also prone to like injuries, right? If you're moving too fast, it's like, you know, you smash your toe into something and you're in a foreign land and you're like, where can I get an x-ray? Where can I get surgery done on my toe that I just smashed up? You know, things like that. Just be mindful moving about. Try to slow down if you can. Slow down. But yeah, something needs to end here in order to welcome in something new. And honestly, you guys, it could be just a belief system. Could be something as simple as that, or it could be something as big as you're wrapping up a legal case, a legal battle that you've been dealing with for like 8 months or something. You know, that's the last time the North Node would have came into contact, Mars would have touched that North Node. So whatever this is, release it, release it, release it, let it go once and for all. You know, maybe it's finally submitting your book, getting it out there, getting a blog up and writing, something to do with your website or social media presence. Like it's kind of like at the finish line here. Just put it out there and reassess it later on when Mars comes into contact with the North Node in March. Like just get it out there, Capricorn. No more, like you're ready. Get it out there. Put it out there. Get her done. Like it's the transit of let's go, let's go. Because Mars is going to be trining all of your planets, placements, points over the next month. So take advantage of this grit energy, this hard work, this perseverance type of energy. Now, Venus in your 6th house, this is nice. They're going to be traveling hand in hand here. That final degree point of Taurus. This could be love coming in, Capricorn, really quickly if you're single and looking. This is, if you're with a partner, this could be proposals. Could be they're surprise you with something or someone. This could be surprise pregnancies, by the way. I'm going to throw that out there too. Surprises of joy, of pleasure, of entertainment, of gambling. I got to see it more than once in your chart though, my friends. So please don't go out there and buy 600 lottery tickets and go into debt. You got to see it 3 times in the birth chart, my friends. I'm only seeing it once. So if you feel called to buy a lottery ticket, do it. But again, I got to see your personal birth chart. You know, windfalls are tough to predict. Okay. So they got to be bang on. They got to be dead on. So you do you, just don't bet the farm, my friends. But yeah, surprises in love, surprises in career, opportunities coming back around with regards to money and career and finances. children, creative projects, hobbies. Yeah, I'm just looking at the houses here. Venus rules, Uranus rules your work houses. Anyway, yeah, just surprises. Some sort of surprise coming in the first week of July. Or for some of you, this already happened, right? And again, if you're connected to a loved one, like bring back the joy, the spark in that relationship too. For those of you that are connected with someone, yeah. Otherwise, Venus in the 6th house, gains coming through work, whatever it is that you do 9 to 5. Own a business, run a business. If you're retired, how are you going to give back to your community, your local community? How are you going to be of service? This is gains through being of service, doing good deeds. Pets, animals, actually, benefits coming in through that area of life as well. Either working with pets or animals, or you getting a pet or animal. That could come in quite rapidly as well. What else could this be? Oh, your health and well-being, Capricorn. Yeah, if you've been struggling with your health, Venus moving through the 6th house can help you find a good practitioner as well. Because wherever Venus goes, she attracts. So she could attract in the right healthcare practitioner to meet your needs, whether it's a healer, a Reiki person, a counselor, a Reiki person. I guess that would be a healer, right? A light worker, somebody that could help you on a soul psychological level or a physical level, like a doctor, physician, naturopathic physician, things like that. Really good for work, really good for the work environment, even though that's going to change, Capricorn, with Uranus in your 6th house. But again, I'm getting ahead of myself here. I made a separate video, by the way. Uranus and Gemini, check out the link below. Jupiter in Cancer. We have Saturn and Neptune in your 4th house. Like, I made separate videos about all of that because they deserve their own videos, these big heavy hitters. So check that out below if you're interested. But Venus in the 6th house, really nice energy coming in with just your day-to-day duty and responsibility, Capricorn. So that's the blessing coming into your 6th house. You have this all month long, and then she's going to shift into your 7th house at the end of the month. Otherwise, Capricorn, enjoy the month ahead, and we'll see you back here in August. Bye for now. Hey Aquarius, welcome to your July month ahead. So let's take a look at where I think your focus will be for the month ahead. So the sun is still moving through Cancer, which is in your 6th house of day-to-day duty, work, responsibility. Focus could be on pets and animals as well, and your diet, your personal diet, healthcare. How are you taking care of your vessel, your body, Aquarius? And also maybe focus on home, family, foundation as well, because it is Cancer after all. You do have Jupiter there as well, expanding on this area of life. So that could be some of your focus this month, Aquarius. Now, once the sun hops into Leo, your opposite sign, it's time, they're saying it's halfway to your birthday season. So yeah, Leo season is always halfway to the Aquarius cycle. So it's interesting that they're saying that. But anyway, maybe there's a significance to that, that you're halfway into your birthday cycle and you have another, 6 months, 6 to 7 months to go here. Anyway, the sun in your opposite house puts a focus on light, heat, energy into your relationships. Anything to do with your one-to-one relationships. So this could be loved ones, this could be marital partnerships, love, business, work, friendship circles, you name it. Extra focus on contracts, agreements, negotiations, and marriage. For those of you that resonates, this could be about making a commitment to a partner in love, or making a commitment to a partner in business, or to a new job, like a new signing on the dotted line with a new company, corporation, or again, if you own a business, run a business, this is your clients. This is the people that you attract towards you. Aquarius. So keep that in mind, because you do have a lot of energy in your opposite sign this month. So you have a new moon here. Yeah, they keep saying something about your birthday cycle, Aquarius. So I guess for those of you, I don't know, that's got to resonate with somebody, but they keep saying something about your birthday cycle, your birthday cycle. So I'm not really sure what that means for you. But yes, we're halfway there, or we're halfway into your cycle. Also, if you have anything around 2 degrees, maybe that's what this is about. If you have anything around 2 degrees of Aquarius, that's where Pluto is, by the way. This new moon does oppose Pluto. So that's what I was kind of getting at here before they kept nattering at me in my ear. Extra focus on this area of life of the 7th house, but it's definitely going to involve you personally or professionally if you have anything around 2 degrees. Yes, Pluto is there. So if your sun is there, this is about your career. This is about your identity. This is about what you want to be known for. Or for those of you, maybe this is about retirement, your life force, your vitality, or father figures in your life, or bosses in your life, or if you're a boss or a business owner. If it's your moon, this is about home, family, foundation, roots, ancestry, or mother-like figures in your life. If it's your rising sign, this is your identity. This is all about you. This new moon is all about you. Maybe that's what they were saying, is that this is kind of like a new moon personal to you, because it's opposing your rising sign. It's sitting right on your love line, which also involves you, and Pluto is there too. So some of you got to have Pluto sitting right on your rising sign, because again, I feel like this is your birthday new moon. So yeah, some of you, this is definitely resonating if you have something at 2 degrees or around 2 degrees. So new beginnings with relationships, new beginnings with work, new beginnings in love, new beginnings with marriage, whatever this is, Aquarius, this month. So let me backtrack here. New moon in Leo, 2 degrees, July the 24th. This is all about your connection to another person, your commitment to another person. And this is going to be a huge transformational shift beyond what you can even comprehend right now. Because it's opposing Pluto. It's making a beautiful aspect to Saturn and Neptune. So this is crystallizing your hopes, your wishes, your dreams, love, possibly children, possibly pregnancy. I'm going to throw it out there because you got Venus and Uranus coming out of your 4th house into your 5th house, holding hands. So I'll get to that in a second, but this new moon is making a opportunity aspect to Uranus. So I'm going to put it out there, Aquarius. Some of you, this is surprise engagements, surprise love, surprise pregnancy, or surprise a new grandchild's coming, surprise insights, downloads. The 5th house is all about our passion. It's like that question when we're asked when we're like 5 years old, what do you want to be when you grow up, right? This is where that question lies. And I don't care how old you are. We can, you are going to be reinventing yourself, Aquarius. I can guarantee that with Pluto in your sign for like 18 years. So, and Uranus in your 5th house of creativity and self-expression and monetizing a hobby, monetizing something that you want to do the rest of your life. This new moon is just the beginning. So some of you, yeah, something new is going to manifest this month. But for those of you, don't get disappointed if something doesn't come to fruition this month, connected to what I mentioned. Because this new moon is going to stand the test of time. It's going to carry you well into the future and set you up for success. Because all of these planets at the foundation of your sky there, you're building on a solid foundation, Aquarius, which is good news because you're going to need it in the many, many, many years to come, right? So I love this new moon. I love this new beginning for each and every one of us. But yeah, for you in particular, with Pluto, the powerhouse being in your 1st house, This is a game changer, and this is going to change your life. And it's going to, yeah, they're showing me a timeline of like 2 years, and it's going to manifest obviously differently for each and every one of you. Okay. And yeah, did I mention, yeah, Mercury retrograde, going back and forth in this area of life. I might have skipped over that. Mercury is going to ask you to reassess these contracts, agreements, negotiations. He's going to ask you to reassess your relationships. If you are starting a new job this month in the Mercury retrograde, so Mercury retrograde begins July 18th. If you have to sign on the dotted line after the 18th into August, just double, triple check everything, Aquarius, because you might need to reassess something, okay? Yeah, something just, this is also like relationships, people, places, things coming back from the past too. So it could be love, business, old acquaintances, old friends, old lovers, just people you have not seen in a long time, whether it's on the job front, the personal front, family front, or love front as well. This could also be about reassessing money as well, something to do with rethinking money, investments, like reassessing that as well. Reassessing finances with a partner too could be possible this month. So lots of energy opposing your sign this month, Aquarius. Not a bad thing, just something to be mindful of in the month ahead. Now let's jump to the full moon. Full moon in Capricorn in your hidden 12th house. So for some of you, you may not feel this full moon because it is in your 12th house. The only thing it might do is just keep you up at night. You know, what's keeping you up at night, Aquarius? Especially around July the 10th, give or take a day or two, depending on where you are on the planet. So this is shining a spotlight in something to do with the subconscious, something to do with what's hidden. What's hidden might come to light this month. This is about preparing for a new cycle. This is about endings, letting something go that is no longer working in your life. This is sort of a introspection time. Where is your time, your energy, your effort going to? Again, what is keeping you up at night, Aquarius? Awakening, spirituality. I'm hearing, they're saying metamorphosis. They're saying metamorphosis. So, yeah, it's weird. They're showing me the Matrix. Isn't that interesting? They're showing me the Matrix. So which pill are you going to take there, Aquarius, to go down which rabbit hole? And you might just pop out into a new reality. Yeah, that's really interesting that they are showing me that. Anyway, spirituality, religion, belief systems, solitude, healing, mentally, physically, emotionally, psychologically, your hidden gifts, talents, and abilities. Something is coming to light here. This full moon also might have something to do with, again, endings, culmination points with regards to work, being of service, health and well-being, how you're taking care of your body. I mentioned some of these earlier with the sun moving through that 6th house, right? Could be something to do with a pet, extra attention, some TLC that a pet needs from you. That could be also in the spotlight this month. Or again, something's coming to your awareness about a pet, the health and well-being of a pet or yourself, Aquarius. Okay. Also, this full moon is making a really nice aspect to Mars and the South Node in your 8th house, and also the North Node in your 2nd house. So this full moon, this ending, this culmination point might also be attached to finances. Like, do you have a financial leak, Aquarius? Where's your money going to? Mars in the 8th house, let's jump there. Mars in the 8th house makes you very logical, rational about your finances. You're going to put in the work to go after your finances. This is no half-assing. This is going after whatever it is that you want. This is seeing things through A to Z. But I'm going to put it out there. Mars in the 8th house could also be, think of a balloon, a water balloon, and a little pinhole, right? A financial leak. Mars in a financial house does make us spend money as fast as we earn money. Might not be about you, Aquarius. It might be about your partner. Is your partner blowing a bunch of money? Is your business partner blowing a bunch of money? Are your kids draining your bank account? Is your business draining your bank account? Is it time to cut your losses and cut up that credit card, Aquarius? Mars in the South Node, this is cut and sever something once and for all. So yeah, I can't help. They keep showing me like a financial leak, Aquarius, for you. And yeah, it might not be about you, but I think you're connected to this person, right? Maybe you have a partner that's just blowing a shit ton of money and you got to like rein them in a little bit, or your kids or something, right? Mars in the 8th house, really good for sex, intimacy as well, and relationships, especially with Venus in your 5th house, which I'll get to in a second. So again, this might not be about finances. This might be about a sexual relationship that you have with someone, intimacy, power, fear, control, issues coming to the surface. Mars also irritates and inflames wherever he goes. So again, this might bring up insecurities, Aquarius. I'm going to put it out there. This is the house of the shadow. This is the house of transformation, deep psychological transformation, big life shifts and changes. You got the north node, south node in here. You got the eclipses in here. So I have no doubt your financial structure is going through a big change. Again, they're saying a metamorphosis. Your finances and resources are going through a metamorphosis, Aquarius. And they're telling me this is not the finish line, but this is a gut checkpoint this month of you got to release something this month. In order to welcome in something new in that 2nd house, you got to cut something or someone loose. It's like getting them off the books. Maybe this is about somebody that works with you too. Maybe this is a contractor that you got to cut loose because they're like not doing anything and they're just being a plug and they're not doing anything. So cut them loose. Maybe this is about a person you got to cut loose this month too. Could be a possibility as well. But if anything bubbles up from the surface, Aquarius, this is an 8th house, or this is in the 8th house, I should say. This is psychological. So anything that bubbles up, you got 2 signatures here with the 12th house, 8th house being activated. Work with a healer, a counselor, a social worker, a light worker, someone that's going to move this energy out of your body. I wouldn't recommend to shove it down, because they're also showing me toxins. Like, don't shove toxins. Don't numb the mind with toxins. It might come out in ugly ways, they're saying. Also, your liver, some of you, your liver is taking a beating. I don't know why they're showing me that, but specifically your health and well-being might be impacted by this as well. That's not for all of you though, but that's something they're showing me as a possibility. Maybe you got to let go of something you're ingesting. Could be a dietary thing as well. Okay. Last but not least, let's look at Venus. So Venus moving through the 5th house, really nice energy for those of you that are single and looking. I'd say put yourself out there, because Venus attracts wherever she moves in the birth chart. So in the 5th house, this is benefits and gains coming into this area of life. For those of you that monetize a hobby or a side hustle, should be a good month. I'd say put yourself out there, advertise, especially with Venus and Uranus hand in hand in this area of life, temporarily, not permanently, but just temporarily. Love, instant attraction, instant spark of life, instant download, creative project. Again, pregnancy. This is a big signature for pregnancy, but that's not for all of you. Grandchildren coming in, benefits and gains coming towards your children and or grandchildren. Yeah, romance is off the charts. So if you're connected or single, whatever the case may be, get out and enjoy your partner. Sex looks good this month too. Beautiful, beautiful energy. Move the body though. Make sure you guys are moving and shuffling and shaking, going, walking, dates, things like that. Any sort of activity or stimulation of the mind is going to be very attractive this month as well, and beneficial, I should say. So for those of you not interested in love, take this as creative projects, creative endeavors, vacationing, holidays, entertainment, gambling. Just please don't bet the farm. It's pretty tough to pinpoint windfalls. I got to see your entire birth chart to have a look at that. Yeah, did we talk about instant quick changes on the home front? Romance, dating, creative projects, hobbies, home, family, foundation, change of home, change of property, buying, selling. That could also be happening early part of July, or maybe that already happened, because Venus and Uranus conjunct in your 4th house at 29 degrees. Something quick is coming in. Something quick is changing on a dime. If you have anything at 29 degrees of Aquarius, that's going to add another layer to this quick change that could be coming in. Quick money coming in. Quick job opportunities coming in. Quick opportunity coming in to travel, to get away with your partner type of energy, right? Or your kids too. Your kids spreading their wings, and a quick opportunity coming in for a child or a loved one or a grandchild. Yeah, so that is about it, Aquarius. Check out the links below if you want to find more about or learn more about Uranus in Gemini, or Jupiter transiting your 6th house, or Saturn, Neptune transiting your 3rd house, Aquarius. Check out all the links down below because I made separate videos about all those heavy hitters in the sky. Enjoy the month ahead, Aquarius, and we'll see you back here in August. Bye for now. Hey Pisces, welcome to July, and let's talk about where I think your focus is going to be for the month ahead. So the sun is still lighting up your 5th house of joy, of romance, of pleasure, of bringing the spark back in your current romantic relationships or marital relationships. Really nice energy for your children, grandchildren, pregnancy. By the way, Jupiter in your 5th house, if you're looking to start a family, Jupiter is probably going to bless you with that fertility signature. Obviously not for all of you, depending on your age, depending on if you even want kids, want to start a family, but that could be in focus or continue to be in focus for the month ahead of July. So, but I feel like Pisces, I really hope you took advantage of this energy in the last couple months, because I feel like once the sun touches Leo, it's kind of like that feeling of back to school, back to work, back to routine. So it's like no more vacationing, which I hope you did, by the way. And if you didn't, take advantage of this energy while it's in Leo, because at the end of the day, Leo is also fun, flirty, lighthearted energy as well, spending time with your children and just having a good time. But the sun moving into the 6th house for some of you might be focus on work, focus on how am I going to be of service? How am I going to show up for you fill in the blank, a parent, a loved one? Are you a caretaker for somebody? Humanitarian efforts, volunteer work, being of service, your 9 to 5, whatever the case may be. This is a busy, busy, busy house. Anything to do with day-to-day duty, responsibility, running the kids here, running the kids there. This is your health, your diet, your fitness, how you're taking care of yourself, how you're taking care of the body, how are you taking care of your pets and animals. This is really going to draw attention and focus to them as well, because I'll get to it in a second. You have a new moon here and also Mercury retrograde here as well. So habits, routines, the workplace, coworkers, your obligations to an employer. Are you a business owner? Do you run a business, own a business? Do you work for somebody else? This is also work colleagues as well. That sort of atmosphere in the work environment. So very heavy busy house, Pisces. Now, I'm going to jump to Mercury retrograde because Mercury is going to go back and forth in this area of life. And Mercury is going to be in here for 2 months, Pisces. So it's time to reassess everything that I nattered off there about your 6th house of Leo. Work, day-to-day duty obligation, health, diet, fitness, routine, animals, pets. How are you being of service? Mercury is going to ask you to reassess something in this area of life. Do you want to change careers? Do you want a new job? Do you want to get your side hustle up and running? Do you want to expand the side hustle? Do you want to reach a higher, wider audience? Social media, technology could be in the spotlight. People coming and going in the work environment. People moving around in the work environment, right? I'm also hearing promotions and negotiations. So for those of you, maybe this is reassessing an offer, readjusting an offer, or negotiating a higher salary, or whatever the case may be. So Mercury is going to help you go back and forth on something here in this area of life. Also, again, keep in mind Mercury retrograde, so the schedule could get scrambled. Leave room for miracles, leave room for adjustments, because it's going to happen. Mercury retrograde, it's bound to happen. Technology, vehicles, things like that. Pisces, it is what it is. It is what it is, right? We got to deal with this 3-4 times a year. So it's nothing new. It's just that Mercury hits a new area of life usually on during each retrograde. Now, the new moon, I'm going to jump to the new moon here because just so I don't repeat myself and drive you nuts, I'm going to just talk about the 6th house here a little bit more. You do have a new beginning here. Now, your 6th house doesn't really see eye to eye with Pisces. Like Leo in the birth chart doesn't really see eye to eye with you personally, depending on what you're watching for. So it's as awkward as it sounds, right? This is an inconjunct, this new beginning. It might be awkward. It might feel weird. It might feel off. You might really know how to be of service because, again, this could be about work, right? Work, business, clients, people that work for you or with you. There's like this awkward energy coming in that you can't really put your finger on it, but it's there. It's like this fresh new beginning that's starting this month. And on top of it, Mercury is asking you to readjust, reassess, go over the details in this area of life. But what I love about this new beginning, Pisces, is that it's making a harmonious aspect to Saturn and Neptune in your 6th house, in your 2nd house of work, of bringing in the money, lining your pockets, starting on a solid foundation, bringing in that security, crystallizing your dreams. So that's going to be layered into this new beginning, this new moon. On top of it, it's going to oppose Pluto in your 12th house. So whatever this new beginning is, it's going to be transformational to say the least. It's a life, this is a game changer. This is a life-changing new moon. This is so important for each and every one of us. It's not your typical new moon with all these big players involved in a positive way. Yeah, it's opposing Pluto, but Pluto is just challenging you to make sure it's authentic. Pluto's going to deliver authenticity. He's not going to accept anything else. Pluto in the 12th house, this is mental, psychological, emotional. It may not be like tangible. You can't, like I said, you can't put your finger on it, but something's got to shift and change in this area of life, something big. And this new beginning is being sextile. Uranus is sextiling this new beginning. There we go. Bringing in an opportunity coming into the 4th house, coming from the 4th house, possibly. Local environment, place of living, family, ancestry, the past, roots, where you come from. That's also going to be kind of intertwined with this new beginning, Pisces. Now, this new beginning is going to stand the test of time, thanks to Pluto and Saturn and Neptune and Uranus. So Think big. I'd say go big, Pisces, with this new beginning. Set those new moon intentions on or around the 24th of July. And some of you, okay, they're showing me a 2-year time frame, okay? This new moon is connected to a 2-year time frame. Some of you, it's going to manifest quicker than others, okay? Don't get down on yourself or give up if something does not manifest this month or next month or even 6 months from now. Well, I think you're going to see something in 6 months from now. So I'm going to backtrack a bit on that. But the point is, usually new moons are connected to like a 6-month to a 24-month time frame, usually. So usually within 6 months we see something. But again, don't put in the work. Put in the work and the rewards are going to come later on, Pisces. I can almost guarantee that with these heavy hitters in the sky, all of them are supporting this new moon, this new beginning, this fresh new start. So yeah, just don't give up on your hopes, your wishes, your dreams, because they're coming. It's just that you got to pack, all of us have to pack our patience, right? And this also gives us time to wrap things up. This leads into this full moon now. This month is riddled with letting something go. We have to let something go in order to welcome in something new. So full moon in Capricorn, July the 10th in your 11th house, Pisces. So this is about older siblings, if you have older siblings. So they could be going through endings and new beginnings in their life. Might not be about you, might be about them. 11th house is about friendship circles, groups, affiliations, personal, professional associations, people that you rub shoulders with, networking, your role within these groups as well. Something could be changing here. Your hopes, your wishes, your dreams. This is long-term commitments and goals coming to fruition. Think back to November, December. Something from that time frame could be coming back around this month. Social media, networking, the future, future plans, future goals, future commitments. Again, signing on the dotted line with something or someone new. And this is the house that lights you up, lifts you up, supports you as well. And it is shining a spotlight down on your 5th house, Pisces. So this ending or culmination point could also have something to do with a project, a creative endeavor, a hobby, a business, a side hustle, your children or grandchildren. Again, I'm going to flag it again. This is like a pregnancy, you know, like surprise, somebody's pregnant or you're pregnant or you know of somebody. Let's see here. Yeah, entertainment, gambling. I keep hearing goals, something about goals, like milestones or something. So that could also be coming to the forefront here with this full moon. Again, it's an ending, a culmination point. So something needs to be wrapped up so you can welcome in something new. Now, this might be connected to a relationship. Yeah, because we have Mars flowing into this full moon along with the nodes, which is activating you, Pisces. This is going to be very personal to you, this full moon, whatever this is. You're definitely connected to this ending a new beginning. So Mars is going to help you cut and sever something in this 11th house, like I mentioned. Or it could be something to do with the 5th house. Regardless, this is good news. This is a flowing energy. Mars is going to help you, as uncomfortable as it might seem or get. This is meant to be type of energy because it's, you know, the nodes of the moon are dusted with fate, fortune, destiny type of energy. So I'm hearing let it go, let it flow, Pisces. It's past its expiration date for some of you. It's like it's time to go. Now let's jump to Mars in your 7th house. So I love Mars in the earth signs because it makes us very logical, rational, hardworking. We go after what it is that we want. No more talking, no more doodling, no more dreaming. Mars is like, let's go after whatever that we want. So Pisces, this could be about a client base. This could be about a relationship in love or business. This could be, again, going after that golden nugget, whatever that is. Contracts, agreements, negotiations. You're a passionate negotiator. You can negotiate a bigger salary. You could negotiate a bigger cut. But Pisces, I'm going to throw it out there. Mars in your opposing sign can make you a bit irritable. Either it might make you a little bit irritable, or your partner or people that you're dealing with a little bit irritable. If you work with clients, you might notice they're coming at you hot and heavy. And it might not be about you. Again, they're just projecting, right? Or they could be venting on you in some way, shape, or form. Mars also cuts and severs, right? Mars coming into contact with that south node. Something's got to go here, Pisces. Something needs to be released so you can welcome in something new in that first house. This is part of the eclipse cycle. Mars is activating the eclipses this month. And he'll be activating them again in March when Mars comes into contact with your north node. In your sign, the north node in your sign. There we go. So quite bluntly, Pisces, if I can be blunt with you, this is like cutting, ending, severing a relationship. Not for all of you, but for some of you. Again, it could be in business, could be in love, could be in marriage, could be with a contract, an agreement, whatever this is, Pisces. Again, if you're happily married, don't worry about it, okay? It's going to come out in different ways. It's going to manifest in different ways. So I don't want you to worry or panic. This could quite simply be about, again, changes on the job front. Mars does rule your second house of work, your skills, your talents, your abilities, your skill set, material possessions. It is a financial house as well. So again, maybe this is cutting, ending, severing, something to do with your finances, cleaning up your finances once and for all. You could have a financial leak, a business leak. You know, think of a pinhole leak in a balloon or something, right? It's like figuring out where that leak is coming from and getting rid of it once and for all. Or getting rid of a contract, cutting ties with something that's just not working for you anymore, Pisces. That's what this transit's all about. And it is for your highest good. Mars is just going to give you that nudge that you might need, Pisces. And you might not get it until March of 2026. You might not understand this ending until he comes back around in your first house and makes contact with that north node. Then you might be like, oh, now I know why that ended. Now I see the light. Now I understand it. This could also be about exercise too. I can see some of you like leaning out, like something to do with the body, the muscles, the tissues. Could be about diet restriction, getting rid of things to do with your health and well-being as well, because it is Virgo after all. So that is Mars in the 7th house. Now let's jump to Venus in your 4th house. So Venus in the 4th house is really nice. This is beautifying your home. This is focusing in on your home environment. So whether you live in an apartment, a condo, property, a detached home, you know, a tent, you know, whatever your living space is, Pisces. This is focusing in on that and beautifying it. So think landscaping, renovations, painting, pictures, artwork, you know, maybe bringing in some new furniture, new color schemes, softening the structures of your home, they're saying. Like, how do I explain that? Like dimming down the lighting, painting softer colors instead of the bold colors, maybe softening the tones a little bit, bringing in some earth tones a little bit, or beachy like tones a little bit. They're kind of showing me. Anyway, that's pretty specific. But anyway, beautifying your space, feng shui, Feng shui your life, Pisces. Start moving things around. Cleanse the house. Sage. Use a singing bowl, a bell, whatever the case may be. But put that energy into your living circumstances. You could also find love in your local environment. That could be a possibility as well. If you are looking, and if you're not, this is about cuddling up with your partner and staying close to home. Bringing in the beauty and the love into the home front. This is really nice energy for your family, for your children, for family gatherings. This is benefits coming to you on the home front. This is finding the perfect person to work for you. To do with the home, not so much about business, but to do with the home front. Money coming in. If you work out of your home, this should be a really beneficial month for you. Again, finding love in your local environment, doing a getaway with your partner, bringing that spark back. With Venus and Uranus coming together in your third house, this could be sudden insights around love, sudden insights about finances and resources. Miracles coming in, blessings coming in. This could be about blessings coming into maybe not only you, but your family members as well, or your relatives or extended family members or people that you haven't seen in a long time. I'm also picking up like miracle healings, like suddenly someone's ailments are going to be lifted. I don't know if it's going to be you or a loved one. But yeah, they're showing me like a veil being lifted, like clarity being brought in. This could be awakenings as well. So really nice energy coming in here at the foundation of your sky. And again, Uranus coming together with Venus. This is that shock and awe, right? This is like the beauty and the chaos type of energy. Maybe this is a relocation for you, Pisces. Maybe your dream home, your dream apartment lands in your lap. Maybe this already happened. This could be also changes in your community, in your neighborhood, changes in a sibling's life, changes in a relative's life. This could be buying and selling rapidly, like really quickly. Like if you want to make money quick, you sell something and you get more than what you thought. So buying, selling property could be involved here as well, Pisces. Anyway, if you want to learn more about Uranus in your fourth house, check the links down in the description box below. I made separate videos about Uranus, Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, and Pluto moving into new territory. So check that out down below because they definitely deserve their own stages, their own videos, I should say. And otherwise, Pisces, yeah, beautiful month ahead for each and every one of us. So take advantage of this energy. Again, that new moon in Leo, big, big, big new energy coming in around the 24th of the month. So enjoy July and we'll see you back here in August. Bye for now.